So, Rail, you'll kind of laugh about this. Some of the other content creators are upset because the payments are getting changed. Payments are getting changed because there's a new management company, which is fine. I mean, I know we've gone through like 3 content creator management program companies, and that's rough. But people are upset because they're going to be making a lot less money. And what really shocks me is when you try to talk to people and you try to explain to them why you're going to be making less money. And they're literally mad at you because you're telling them how a system works. I've begun to understand what the big problem with education is. And the big problem with education is that people want to blame you. Like, they want to blame me because of how a system works. And that's, in my opinion, that's just unfair bullshit. Like, it's not my fault that the system works this way. The system works this way because that's the system. The one thing I did longest in my life, I did marketing my entire life. I've shared that with people. When I was a teenager, I was a marketing director for a family friend's company. And then I did marketing my whole life. I just didn't have, like a job in marketing. I did marketing consulting, marketing freelance, things of that nature. People don't understand what return on investment is. When an advertiser puts an ad on Twitch, say they pay $100,000, and just to keep the numbers nice and easy, they pay $100,000 and they get their ad shown to 100,000 people. Those aren't the numbers, but we'll do that. Well, that means 100,000 people see the ad. Approximately 10,000 to 30,000 people will click the ad, depending on whose click-through rate metric you're using. But even with 10,000 people clicking the ad, you might get 100 people that seriously dig in. You might get 8 customers. That might be all you get. Now, if you pay $100,000 and you sell 8 cars, you're in really good shape. You spend $100,000 and you sell 8 computer mice, you're in shitty shape. Now, there is some, how shall I say, exposure component to marketing. And what the exposure component, what the fuck did they do to this menu? The exposure component is, what we want to do is, we don't care about making sales today. What we care about today is name brand recognition. So remember, when I say marketing, I use marketing as the big M, marketing, like the umbrella. Inside of marketing, you have public relations, which is a very specific type of marketing. You have advertising, which is a subset of marketing. You have general marketing. You have brand awareness. Not every piece of advertising is meant to have a direct sale. If the dollar you spent is meant to get a sale, that's not marketing. That's specifically advertising. Yeah, serves them right, because a lot of them are just making shit content, and I didn't say that to any of them, although I wanted to. And so, because I try to be nice. I try to be nice until people aren't nice to me, and then fuck them. Which some people are starting to encounter, and I don't fucking care. Don't fuck with a guy who'll burn the whole world down just to watch it burn, because you don't win that fight. You don't win there. One more, I think. Well, one creator was mad because he saw his new paycheck. Yeah, stop putting out bullshit and calling it content, and then you won't lose your money. One guy got mad because ultimately what happened, 1 month he got paid $4,500 for his TikToks. And now the new company came in and he's getting paid $500 for his TikToks. And what I will say is, on one level, rightfully so, I understand why he would be pissed, right? If you were expecting to make enough money to cover your rent, and now you've only been paid enough money to maybe marginally pay for your groceries, I'd understand you being pissed. But I tried to explain to him 5 million TikTok views don't mean shit to a company. A billion views don't mean shit to a company. What matters to a company is that you expose their product to buyers. That's it. That's all they care about. Again, if they're doing advertising, if they're classifying it as advertising. Now, will I admit that I think a lot of marketing divisions don't understand the difference between marketing and advertising? Abso-fucking-lutely. Abso-fucking-lutely, yes. I think a lot of people don't understand that sometimes you just want people to be reminded of your name. I'm alone in the YouTube chat. You very well may be. You very well may be. The only chat you'll ever see on screen, though, is Twitch. Yes, Twitch, I follow the rules. I only show Twitch chat. Like Final Fantasy 14, I saw that they're running a YouTube campaign right now. Not a bad idea. Not entirely a bad idea. Right now, we're kind of light on MMOs. Running a generic marketing brand awareness campaign isn't a bad idea. But if you want people to, like Borderlands 4 right now, obviously needs to do a public relations campaign because they I've heard, I haven't tested, I haven't done anything of the sort. I heard Borderlands 4 kind of shit the bed and runs like butt cheeks, I think is what I saw. One of the fucking newspaper articles, which cracked me up. Like, what the fuck are we doing now in fucking modern media? How does this game run? Runs like butt cheeks. Like, what the fuck, man? What's wrong with you? Have some goddamn professionalism. Cracked me the fuck up. I'm sorry, I shouldn't fucking laugh. They patched that out already? Can I just ask a question though? Can we just be for real? How the hell is it that you push a patch? How do you push a live launch? And you know people's response is gonna be, this runs like butt cheeks. I'm sorry, give me a second. Sorry, I had to go laugh that off. Otherwise, that was gonna plague me for another 20 minutes. But hey, thanks for the recent video Ashes coverage. More is coming. More Ashes videos are coming. What's really chapping people's ass, the system requirements, all those people still using a 10 series can't run it. I'm gonna be an asshole here. I'm gonna be an asshole. And I'm gonna say, I'm gonna be an asshole two ways. Number one, a 10 series should still be able to run games on low. Because if I remember correctly, and obviously I'm not doing a Borderlands segment, otherwise I would have the numbers in front of me. If I recall correctly, the 10 series is a 2017 card. With that said, I blame NVIDIA for pumping out new hardware every 2 years and convincing people that a 50 series is infinitely better than a 40 series, which it's not. I blame developers for not realizing PC players don't want to be console players. If I'm gonna have to upgrade my machine completely every 3 years, then I might as well just play games on PlayStation 5. So we've got to have a little bit of common sense, which isn't so common. With that said, how does a game launch and be total dog water? I think we're past the days where we have to be polite to game companies when they're launching dog water. Just, you call them out. Hey, I think if more gamers just straight spoke their mind, in 2 or 3 years these game companies would change. The problem is gamers don't vote with their wallet. Like, I'm not a huge Borderlands fan. Do I own a couple of them? Yeah. Did I get them in some package? Yeah. I got Borderlands the prequel, Borderlands 1 and Borderlands 2 or some shit, in a humble bundle of other stuff I was buying, and since it was for charity, I gave the extra $3 to pick up 3 games, I think. I was like, that makes sense. So I'm not a Borderlands player. I'm not a fan of the IP. I'm not against the IP. I'm just saying Borderlands 4 wasn't on my radar. But how do you launch a game and it run that badly on launch? Like, haven't game developers learned by now? Do better. Do more better. Haven't gamers gotten tired of dog water and why they don't force, by not buying a game, force developers to do mo better? I saw somebody say they weren't going to buy Borderlands 4 until Christmas when the price break would be on. Well, yeah, if it's not an online game with meaningful progression, then fuck it, buy it later when it's cheaper and it works. Like, the only reason why I pre-ordered Final Fantasy Tactics is Final Fantasy Tactics is my all-time favorite game. Like, Final Fantasy Tactics is the game for me. If they could turn that game into an MMO, that would be it for me. I'd be set forever. But back to the marketing piece. Content creator is mad because his TikToks get like 5 million views in a month in a region that already has a low average revenue per paying user. So you're mad that they aren't paying you what you think you're worth, but you think you're worth way the fuck entirely too much. Because if you're not getting them conversions, how the fuck am I going to do that then? I don't know. If you're not getting them conversions, if you're not getting them new players, then them giving you money is a fucking waste. And I'm sorry if people don't like hearing that. They need to face the cold reality that if a game company gives me $4,500 to promote their game right now, that's a waste of their money. And I'll be the first to say that about myself. Giving me $4,500 to promote any game would be a waste of money, because I'm not going to be able to get you a return on your investment. I'm simply not. I'm not going to be able to generate you $9,000 to $13,000 in sales. And when people are like, well, why does it have to be 9,000? Why does it have to be 13,000? Remember, if they pay you $4,500, they need to make that $4,500 back just to get to zero. And then if they have people overseeing that program, those people have to be paid for the time that they were overseeing that program. So it's not just a matter of break even, because why would they want to only break even? They could simply not deal with you at all and keep their money. But then they wouldn't get the exposure. Yeah, but they could get better exposure for that $4,500. And unfortunately, like Rail said, there were a lot of once human content creators that were putting out just dog shit work, and they were getting paid for it because the old company was paying for dog shit. The new company, the new company looks like a more established, more ideal, more sophisticated, more suave, more je ne sais quoi of a company. So yeah, they're not going to pay for dog water. And now people are mad. And I don't know why people are mad. Well, I'm not going to make the amount of money. Then I'm not going to cover the game. Good. Then don't fucking cover the game. Because the truth of the matter, if your first response is when you see that your pay rate is being cut, if your first response is to say, well, then I'm not going to cover the game, then you don't give a shit about the game. You give a shit about your paycheck. That's all you give a shit about. You give a shit about getting paid, which there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with it, because the company... Oh, shit, I just put those on. You can't do the other bricks until... The company has just shown you what they think about you. And that's fine. I prefer to work on an idea that it's a symbiotic relationship. You want coverage for your game, then pay people what they're worth. But then where people get upset is when they find out they're not worth what they thought they were worth. So yeah, the content creator program is for Once Human. They're currently all losing their shit. And I don't know. I don't know why. I do not like this at all. I want to say this. It makes me sound like a douchebag. But FRSS. Can you put the shit in alphabetical order? Can you also give me an option to hide what I don't own? Now, I know why they probably don't want to put a hide what I don't own option. I get that. Because they want you to see what you don't own so that you have an incentive to buy what you don't own. So I get why it's there. I don't like that it's there, but I get why it's there. No, I don't like that. We'll do it this way. Did you see the new building stuff in the patch notes? I read some of the patch notes. I did not read all of the patch notes. Is there anything like, oh my god, what the fuck barbecue chicken that I need to know about? I'm a little mad that we got permanent fucking servers now, and my base is supposed to be based over that rock so I can build my cave. But it is what it is. Oh yeah, we have to, not really. Yeah, you sent me the bullet points. I read the bullet points and I skimmed through. By the way, we have to do like 2 more sky elevators so that we can unlock the final tier of rewards. This is kind of cool. I don't like the fact that they ran over here, but just making updates up here is better. We're getting there. Again, I wish that they would fix like basic bed, rare bed, epic bed. Okay. Basic lighting. Oh, okay. I'll take this. This is a step in the right direction. I like this. Basic lighting, common lighting, rare lighting, epic lighting, legendary. I like it. If you go to the teleporter, it says merge in a few days. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Are you fucking kidding me right now? Oh, no. The world, yeah. There's no worlds identified. They probably have to just pull that back out of... They probably just have to pull that back the fuck out of the code. And they didn't take that out. As long as our world isn't tagged for merge, that's okay. I want to say to Starry Studios, just Starry Studios and to NetEase, thank you for listening to the player base. Thank you for listening to the creator program. Thank you for listening to your Discord. Thank you for understanding that what you want as a game is cool. What you want as a game is cool, and it needs to be respected. And a developer needs to be given respect as long as what they're doing is giving their player base respect. I think where some developers are missing the mark is they're expecting respect without giving any. You gotta, how could you take occasion without giving? I want to thank Starry Studios. The player base wants to take the game in a direction other than the direction they want. And I know that's got to be hard for the development team. And I'm not bullshitting. That's got to be hard for the development team to hear that the player base doesn't like what they want. They rolled building placement thing back to how it was at launch, where you only need one section of your base needs to be on the ground to help with placement instead of fixing the terrain. Yeah, and what I will say is, slow is smooth, smooth is fast. It's the same thing I say all the time in project management. Don't try to do more than you can. Hey, thanks, Darbtails. That's very nice of you to stop in while you have a busy day to wish everybody a good day. Thank you. I appreciate that. Slow is smooth. Smooth is fast. Know what you can do. Be Captain Jack Sparrow. There's what a man can do and what a man can't do. Know what you can do. Know what you can't do. And then build accordingly. If you can't build something, don't masquerade and think and keep telling people that you can build something. Just be honest and say, we thought we would be able to do this, and it turns out we can't. And in the meantime, we're going to continuously work at making a better product. But for right now, we have to build what's buildable. I fucking can't believe I'm about to sound like Dolores Umbridge. You have to perfect what can be perfected. And then you need to leave the rest the fuck alone. And you need to put like 1 or 2 people on a team, a Tiger team. Can we make this happen? Can we make this happen? And if the answer is no, then don't try. Don't continuously try to do something that's not feasible. Build what you can build. And if you can't build it, leave it alone. And then when you have a game, when you have a product, you can always come back to it later and say, all right, remember that? Because in project management, if you guys are looking for the project management term, which I'm sure you're not, but in project management, it's called the parking lot. You have projects that you want to add stuff to. This is the wouldn't it be cool if? Wouldn't it be cool if we could do this? Oh, that's right. I can't do it this way because I did short bricks. Shit. Wouldn't it be cool if? Okay. Can we make... Does that work today? No, we have to design it. Okay. Then... Wouldn't it be cool if we didn't worry about that right now? Wouldn't it be cool if we put that on the parking lot? Wouldn't it be cool if we put that idea in the holding area? And then later on down the road, you come back and you say, you know what? What the oh, because it's gonna... Hold on. you say, yeah, we want to try to put that in. Like, for example, I'll use Ashes of Creation. I don't think Ashes of Creation has enough time before launch. And when I say before launch, I mean before a realistic idea of a launch. I don't think they have enough time to build their whole class system out. I simply don't believe they do. So what you do is you say, hey, we were going to do this class system thing. And what we're going to do now is we're going to put that in the parking lot. We're going to dedicate the team's time to working on other bits. And then when all those other bits are done, we will come back and we will look at what is the best way to go about. Should we even do the class system? Should we realize we don't need the full class system as designed? Like, build the game. If you're unless you have the whole game built to test. Like, for one complaint that I have for Chrono Studio, the makers of Chrono Odyssey, is that why'd you do a beta with only 3 of the classes? Why didn't you put all of the classes in that beta? And I understand why they might not have. They might have thought they were doing a beta for a marketing beta, and they didn't realize how bad the feedback was going to be. And then when they realized how bad the feedback was, they decided to redesign everything, which is a good thing. But now they will have 3 classes with actual customer beta data, and then this is once human. No, the one I'm talking about is Chrono Odyssey. So you're going to have 3 classes with actual beta data and 3 without. And so I would hope that in the next Chrono Odyssey beta that they have the beta testers test all of the classes, because they're going to have to get new data for the 3 classes we did test. And then they're going to have to get a first round of data on the other 3 classes. That's why sometimes the bullshit that people who don't realize in their community they're actually our project managers, and those project managers are going to call you out and say, you know what, that's great if you're trying to be completely and 100% full of bullshit, but the truth is the data you're getting is garbage. Like, I'm going to shit on Ashes of Creation because I do not give a fuck until I get my goddamn apology. I'm just going to continue to talk about the things they're doing wrong. I didn't want to go this route. I wanted to be done with that stupid fucking game. I wanted to be done with it. You talked about the economy being the big sell for Alpha 2 Phase 3. And then you launched your Alpha 2 Phase 3 without your fucking economy changes. Oh, that's why. I'm like, why the fuck? Settings. It reset my building settings. I'm like, that's why it's not working. No, it is set that way. Is it not? Let me destroy. So if 3 days into your new phase, you're making massive tweaks, then no offense, reset. And that's, I don't think Steven and Intrepid Studios, I don't think their pride will let them reset Alpha 2 Phase 3. And what I'm going to say, this is an opinion. This isn't fact. This is my opinion looking at the situation. The only thing that would justify why you don't reset Alpha 2 Phase 3, because you've already made such sweeping changes to it, is that you have investors that you're worried about making nervous if you do another reset. Why are you fucking not letting me? The only thing I can think of is that they have investors and they're worried about doing another reset, how it's going to make it look to the investors. It's like, just be honest. Like, I don't know if you heard the Chibi Bree Vertec interview yesterday. I haven't watched all of it. I've watched some of it. I'm told in some parts of it, the creative director of Ashes of Creation starts talking about expansion packs. In what fucking Delulu world are you in that you're talking about expansion packs when you literally, not figuratively, when you literally have cut 29.4% of your node system out? I'd have held off on Chrono Odyssey beta as long as it was all ready to actually announce until the lead up to GTA 6. Announce it before they start their marketing push. Have your game be on the one they get their hands on while GTA has some hype. No, because the GTA audience and the MMORPG audience don't share enough of the overlap on the Venn diagram. GTA 6 is not a game that you change your marketing or your release schedule for. It's just not enough of a direct competitor. GTA 6 is a game that has a certain clientele. For example, if you want to study the marketing piece, study when Disney used to control the box office. And some people will be like, Disney never controlled the box office. Yes, the fuck they did. But you got to go back before Disney owned Lucasfilms, before Disney owned Fox, before Disney owned everything. Disney would set their release schedule and then every other movie maker would pick the weekends around Disney, because Disney's marketing machine is fucking amazing. You know people that have never touched WoW or Final Fantasy that are now interested in Chrono Odyssey. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. But the Venn diagram of the GTA players and the Chrono Odyssey players, the overlap is so small that Chrono Odyssey shouldn't decide anything on their schedule based on what GTA is doing. What Chrono Odyssey needs to be paying attention to is what WoW and Final Fantasy are doing. You do not want to drop your brand new game, because this is the WoW expansion year, right? Because I'm not a WoW. No. Next year is the WoW expansion year, right? There's no expansion this November. The expansion is next year. That means you do not want to drop a new MMO in October and probably 3 weeks after the new expansion drops. Because October, all the people are going to be going back to WoW getting ready for the new expansion. WoW and Final back and forth, passing players between each other. Where would you squeeze a third in? I wouldn't. What I would do is, I as a marketing person would recognize that WoW and Final Fantasy have become a symbiotic relationship, so I would treat them as such. I would treat that as... There are Final Fantasy players that go to WoW when Final Fantasy has no content, and there are WoW players that go to Final Fantasy, but I would not worry about that. I would worry about, what does my game offer that is going to draw people out of those games? What am I offering specifically that will draw people out of tab-based combat? What am I doing different? Don't worry about what you're doing the same, because you're not the same enough. I would not be targeting WoW and Final Fantasy players for Chrono Odyssey. I would be targeting disenfranchised New World players. I would be looking at people who want specifically Action Combat. Now, you got to be careful with that because Guild Wars 3 is out here in the nether somewhere. And if they improve upon their action camera, do they become a problem? Do they become a threat? And the answer is I don't know. I simply don't know how they fit in, how they're gonna factor. Should we be worried about them? Not necessarily. Should we ignore them? Again, probably not. But clearly somebody at these companies has, how shall we say, data. And they're the ones that have to make the decision of what direction are we going to go. I don't know who Chrono Odyssey has decided this is what makes up our target audience. I didn't get to see enough of the game beyond the introduction. I got like 12 hours in is what I got. And by the end, what I will say is, and my YouTube video says this, I am not going to judge the action combat because I fucking suck at action combat. But what I will say in regards to the action combat is by the time I was done playing over the beta weekend for Chrono Odyssey, I was okay with the combat. So if I was okay with it by the end of the weekend, I would be interested to hear what actual action combat players said. NCSoft dropped the ball hard. Aeon 2 is the most pay-to-win game. I didn't even know Aeon 2 had launched. Hold on. NCSoft dropped the ball hard. Aeon 2 is the most pay-to-win game. Stop, man. Alice, you piss me off on like a fundamental level. How the fuck do you know it's the most pay-to-win game when you ain't ever fucking played it? Like, Aeon 2 hasn't even launched yet. So how do you know it's the most fucking pay-to-win game? I think it might be a bad idea to release during GTA simply because you have a much lower chance for your game to go viral, as nearly all the large brand creators will most likely be trying out GTA 6. Everything gaming related will be overshadowed by GTA 6. No, it won't. It absolutely won't. Why do you assume that because all the large brand creators are going to play a game that like, why have you gotten to the conclusion that large creators are the only form of marketing? Because they're not. They're not even believe this or not, large creators are a very, 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 very terrible form of most marketing. They sell dungeon raids runs in the cash shop, okay? And so I saw auto loot pets, and they sell currency. If you're one of these people that's gonna whine about every single thing being pay to win, call it pay to ... An auto loot pet is not pay to win. It's pay to convenience. So it's pay to ... How is your pet looting for you winning? Pay to win equates to you developing power. Pay for convenience is an annoyance as fuck, and I'll still talk against it, but I can't talk against it if you're gonna put that shit under pay to win. Double paddle pass, $30. So, Alice, you broke ass, how do you want them to pay for the game? This game has a double battle pass. This game has it. Free battle pass, advanced battle pass, and then they have the luxurious battle pass. How do you, like, this is what I want to say. Like, when people are fucking up on a developer's nutsack, how do you want them to make money? They should sell me $60 box and $15 a month like a normal MMO. No, they shouldn't. Because if you weren't a fucking Muppet, you would understand that that model, okay, makes them less money. Because gamers like you are going to piss and moan about the cash shop, but there's an equal number of gamers that'll say, I won't play a game if it has a box price. And this is one of the few times that I will talk positively about Ashes of Creation. Steven has articulated why a box price is bad, because it creates a barrier to entry. You sell a box price for $60 and give 1 month sub time. That means the cost to play the game, to try the game, to walk in the door of the game is $60. By just having a $15 monthly sub, you increase the number of people that can play. By making the cost zero, you have zero barrier to entry. Now, is that a good thing? Not necessarily. Not necessarily. But you can't just say, I want them to have a $60 box price and that'll solve the game, because you're not thinking about the game. You're thinking about you. You're thinking about what you want. Brazil, massive on the fucking global expenditures for video games. I think the last time I looked at their numbers, either 1.8 or 1.9 billion annually out of Brazil. Asking a Brazilian to pay a $15 a month monthly sub isn't going to happen. Giving them regional servers with regional pricing, you'll make more money out of that region profit-wise than you will in other regions. You can't base your decisions on not knowing shit about economics, not knowing shit about marketing, player retention, player acquisition, player reacquisition. Somebody brought it up. The Final Fantasy 14, wow, continue rotation. People are moving between the two games. You think the two game companies haven't put their development cycles in sync? Why would WoW and Final Fantasy want to fight with each other head on when they can just be on off-synced cycles? And then WoW puts out an expansion during Final Fantasy's lull, which gives Final Fantasy more time to polish content. You got to look at things from further than your personal opinion, because you got to do research. Brazil, $2 billion a year. How do I tap into that market? Why is everybody mad about mobile gaming? Everybody's mad about mobile gaming. Why? Because it waters down. And sorry, console players, gonna shit on you for a second. You're big boys and girls, you can take it. Why do PC players hate cross-compatibility with console? Because what it means is you're watering down the PC game. And why are you watering down the PC game? Because you have to. Because your average controller player isn't going to be able to bind more than 48 combos. I can bind hundreds of combos on a mouse and keyboard. So if we want to have cross-compatibility, yeah, and mouse can flick better than sticks. Exactly. There's a lot of limitations of why you have to build a certain way if you're building for PC and console. But now game companies recognize mobile makes up more money than either one of the other two PC or console slices, right? So yes, every game company is going to want to try to figure out, how do we get a slice of mobile? Once Human did it, I think they did it in a very terrible way. They were too rushed to get there. They were like, how do we get a slice of that pie? Well, what you do is you fix your PC version first so you don't piss off and alienate all your players. Yeah, that's great, but how do I get that other piece of the pie? Well, fine, man. Do it any fucking way you want then. Do it wrong and lose 30,000 Steam players. It's just that simple. There's no other, like, there's no secret recipe to this. What did you launch on first? Steam? Okay. Or PC. You launched on PC first, then you take care of your PC players. I thought it was weird as fuck to go PC, mobile, console. But they have a leadership, they have a CFO. Also, forget that it releases for a few months in Korea. The game will be solved on Western release. Again, no, it won't. Your arguments are bullshit. If you don't want the game to be solved, don't fucking alt tab. But then I'm not going to be competitive. Who cares? Who cares? If you want to enjoy a playthrough, nothing forces you to look things up. And if you don't like the fact that the game is coming out in Korea before the rest of the world, well, the mobile player base is certainly quite large. The numbers are a bit deceptive since a huge number of games like Candy Crush and whatnot. Again, doesn't matter. You're trying to discredit a comment that can't be discredited. Great. The games are made up of by Candy Crush and whatnot. Does that change the fact that mobile gaming produces more revenue globally than console, all consoles combined, or PC? No. Then why are you making an argument that doesn't matter? It doesn't matter how mobile is making it. The argument that is done in boardrooms is, how do we get a slice of that? Then the person like me in the room, it says, the question you need to be asking is, can we get a slice of that? And the answer is absolutely the fuck you can. Diablo Immortal made how much money? $500 million? Was some of that on mobile? Was Lineage M on mobile? Oh, so it doesn't matter that the numbers are not deceptive. Just because you don't understand a number thoroughly doesn't mean the number itself is deceptive. The truth of the number is hidden from you. It's obfuscated. But the truth of the number is, more people spend. Why are people spending money on Candy Crush? Is grandma really a gamer? No, we're not targeting grandma. You're right to say we need to peel the onion back. Absolutely. We got to peel the onion back more. What does this number mean? What does this number mean? What does this number mean? That's the piece that's not happening. That's the piece where sometimes I want to just go back to robo-tripping and forcibly make myself fucking stupid again, because then maybe I could see things from people's point of view. But as it is right now, game companies have the wrong motives. Just make a good fucking game. Stop worrying about, kick the accountants out of the creative meetings. You should never have somebody who's not a creative in a creative meeting. Let the creatives do their thing. Let the creatives make... Too short. Let the creatives do their thing, man. Just let them make their money. Let the creatives cook. You say it's going to be solved, and that's not even true most of the time. The word meta gets abused far too much by the gaming community. The word meta gets abused because you have dumb fucks that don't know what the word meta actually means, and then they say that's not what it means, even though it's in like 6 dictionaries. Most efficient or most effective tactic available. That's it. But what determines most effective? People yelling at me constantly in ArcAge because they thought I was running the wrong build. And then I said, well, if I'm running the wrong build, why does it take 15 people 43 seconds to kill me? Well, you could be... I out-heal everybody, and I've become damn near unkillable. How am I running the wrong build? And that's when people don't like it, because they read something... Like, people have stopped thinking for themselves. They've become so obsessed. I want the creatives to do their thing. One of the top CDs said that they will never get to make the games they want because they won't sell. You're right. Abso-fucking-lutely. I'm sure if you went back in time, you would try to tell the maker of Atlantica Online that they shouldn't make Atlantica Online because nobody's going to enjoy a turn-based MMO. I'm sure there would be people that would try to discourage the maker of Atlantica Online from ever making it. Game was fucking ridiculously successful. It was a turn-based MMO where you controlled a team of 9 characters. Ridiculously successful. But I'm sure somebody would say, you can't make that. I'm sure there are people that if they could go back in time, they would tell Larian Studios not to make Baldur's Gate 3. They would say, a turn-based game isn't going to be successful. And what did it sell? 15 million copies? There's always going to be people that are going to try to tell you what not to do and why not to do it. But the answer becomes, do what you think, build what you love. And if you build it, they will come. And if you build it well, they will come. And if you don't build it well, then the only person you have to blame is yourself. Like, and this is where I 100% will say this. How the fuck? Intrepid Studios' Ashes of Creation is going to fail. And the reason why it's going to fail is because the Rocky Balboa advice. Steven Sharif allowed people to get into his face, put a finger in his face, and tell him his product was no good. He should have built what the fuck he wanted to build. He had a great idea. And it doesn't matter that I believe what he wanted to build 7 years ago was a good idea. What matters is the facts of Intrepid, the objective facts, the most successful MMORPG Kickstarter ever. And the only thing people had to go on was an idea. He was the fucking Walt Disney. He was the fucking Walt Disney of, you know, MMORPGs. He was a man with a dream. And what did he do? He had no self-confidence, he had no self-esteem, and he allowed people all around him to tell him why he was going to fail. Who fucking cares what other people think? Who gives a shit what other people think? Give a shit what you think. What do you want to build? Did I hear that Vance flew out to Utah to escort Kirk home aboard Air Force 2? Yes. They were friends. Charlie Kirk was a prominent member of the Republican Party. It was a good thing. You'll also notice that there's no riots in America. Charlie Kirk died, but there's no riots. That's gonna bother me because it's not dead in the middle, but the waterfront was where it is. Yeah, I think the big issue we have, I respect the shit out of Chrono Studio. I really do. I respect the shit out of that game design studio because they literally said, we need to make changes because the player base isn't happy. Why am I missing a bunch of, it's like I'm missing a bunch of furniture. I'm happy as shit that they, that Chrono Studios was like, you know what? We're going to put a pause on our development, and we're going to take all this feedback that you've given us, and we're gonna think about it. That is the greatest thing a video game company has done in recent years. New World, on the other hand, Amazon Game Studios, what did they do? Amazon Game Studios was so afraid of failing that they went back and forth with what they were trying to build, and they ended up building a game for nobody. I forgot which large creator said it. A game for everyone is a game for no one. But a game for no one is also a game for no one. Amazon Game Studios had a great idea in New World. An open world, full loot drop, fort builder, player content driven game. And what happened? Early testers said, I don't like it. And then what made them nervous? Well, we got to be able to sell it because they're a company that's... That won't work. That one's too big. They're a company that's driven by profits, by shareholders. If the shareholders aren't happy, nobody's happy. That'll work instead. If the shareholders aren't happy, nobody's happy. So what did Amazon Game Studios do? Completely change the idea of New World. And then what happened is they had people turning around saying, you know what? I love the fact that every tree is gatherable. Now, every tree being gatherable is great when it's a game that's going to need complete and ridiculous, massive fuck tons of lumber that everybody is going to need. Everybody is going to need fuck tons of lumber. Then every tree being gatherable is a smart play. If everybody isn't going to need fuck tons of lumber, why is every tree gatherable? Ashes of Creation saw this problem. Steven, who once insinuated that New World had looked at Ashes and made design decision changes based on what Ashes was doing, absolutely made changes to Ashes because the player base was saying how cool it was that every tree was harvestable. But you didn't make every rock harvestable. You didn't make the ground itself terraformable, able to be terraformed. So what you ended up with was a game where lumber is going to be undervalued because everybody can get that easily, but other things aren't going to be. It is easy to get. And I haven't played Ashes enough to know what all of the problems are, but I do know that I saw people talking about how getting gemstones and metal was way harder than getting lumber. Well, yeah, if you make, ironically, if you make it difficult to get a certain thing, then it's going to be difficult, to get that certain thing. I don't want Ashes to fail despite popular belief. I want Ashes to be successful because I only get paid. I only get my referral money if the game ends up launching. Do I want it to be successful? I want the game to be successful so I get paid. I want the game to be successful so the backers get a game that they enjoy. However, I think there is something to be said about when you have a creative director who doesn't give a shit what he says about whoever he wants to say it about, who thinks there's some level of entitlement. Like the hard work our people are putting in, yeah? The girl who goes to work in the morning and works hard and makes my McDonald's hash brown, she's equally entitled to my love and adoration because she gives me something that I need. She gives me something that I'm looking forward to. She gives me my fucking Egg McMuffin and my hash browns. Working hard, like, honestly, not to sound like a prick, but if you're gonna whine and whinge all the time about working hard, I'm sorry, maybe it's the Irish in me. That's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to go to work. You're supposed to work hard. Like, is there a cookie to be had here somewhere? Am I missing something? Yeah, you're supposed to go to work. You're supposed to work hard. You get paid to do those things. Like, I think every game developer goes to work every day and works hard. I think a lot of game developers go to work and they have bosses they can't fucking stand because the boss that they can't fucking stand, right, is the problem. Like, you're part of the problem. Okay, now, I'm trying to figure out how the best way this will be. I don't know how... I don't even think we have the right tools to try to make something look like a cave. This is probably the best... Probably the best that I can manage. Finally actually value in building again. I don't think I want to do that. Oh, you know what? I think I probably should have done shit. Can we still upgrade? Yeah, I used the triangle pieces to sort of make an archway, but can we not upgrade now? Was that the trick? Oh, we can. Good. Oh, I know what I think I know what I could do. Hold on. We're gonna have to knock some shit down. I should have. I think that'll work though. If I do. It's like. We do that. Gotta get rid of those. I wish it would let you turn on flight mode like 2 blocks away from yours. So you could work on things that touch the edge from outside the edge. Yeah, I cleared the wish machine. I cleared the wish machine, but I didn't finish upgrading anything. I think I walked up. Yeah, I walked up boom boom 1 step, and then I gotta figure out what I'm gonna move next. It's like one of the big problems. Do I know a lot about Once Human? Yes, I know a lot about Once Human. What do you need to know? I'm not really in a rush to upgrade anything else. I'll wait until I don't have to think about it. If we were in like a race to be upgraded, that would be one thing. So, we take off this. Question is, can I... How precisely could I do a corner the way I want to do it is really what we're trying to... Like that. Do a stone. But then the stone corner wall is like brick. It's not stone. We'll roll with that. That's not the half. We'll roll with this right now. I don't think this is exactly it. Yeah. I wish the bricks were like the stone roof. Is there a way to farm epic armor blueprints to get easy 5-star gear? No. The only way that you can get blueprint fragments is that your map is divided into 2 parts. Your map is divided into what is Blackheart in south, and that's southern Alcott. And then everything in the Way of Winter area is Way of Winter. You can farm all of the mystical crates once. but you can run them once on Novice, and then once on any Southern Alcott map or Endless Dream, and then any Way of Winter map or Endless Dream. And every time you open the mystical crates, you'll get blueprint fragments. Can you use deviated crops to get deviated seeds? That was supposed to go into effect. But I don't think that change ever happened. I think that they decided that they didn't want us to be able to get deviated seeds because they wanted to have deviated crops remain an RNG chance based on using fertilizer and employing bees. Because if you could plant deviated seeds, I think is what their argument was, there'd be absolutely no reason for that guy to exist. His sole job in life is to mutate crops. So yeah, that's not gonna work. I can't do it. I can't do a round piece. Because the round piece doesn't sit flush. Your deviated corn, well, yeah, your deviated corn, you grew it. You grew deviated corn. Yeah, they use the words interchangeably. That's what pisses me off. Because you grow deviated crops. Here, let me go up to the. And this is where the Chinese to English needs to fix. Where is it? So, mutation boost, fertilizer that will rewrite the plant's genome, increasing the chance that it will become deviated. So you use the mutation boost fertilizer to get deviated crops. Well, why not call it deviation boost? But yeah, use deviated whatever, like for example, deviated wheat to make stargazy pie, deviated saffron, deviated pumpkin. We out of fucking... Eating aloe vera. So yeah. There's deviated wheat. I didn't know it grew in the wild. So yes, there are things that grow in the wild that are deviated. Generally, you got those during the lunar cycle, and then you have mutated crops which grow in the wild, and those you can also get seeds for. I wish that they would name things appropriately, like contaminated. The ones you find in the wild are contaminated, which are different than deviated. And I wish that they would take the day and a half to go through everything and name things appropriately. It would be really nice. If they would name things accordingly. I don't think that's asking too much. Still need to build a house. Yeah, today's kind of like a laid back, I'm not going to run around and do a bunch of stuff day because I haven't had a chance to build a house since the new update. Oh shit, how am I going to link that up? Now that we finally have permanent servers, I feel like I can waste my time building a house. I do that. See, I hate the fact that when I do this in stone, it's not natural looking stone. Okay. But let me chop this down. Knock all these down. Okay. Make this cave at least a little cave-like. Yeah, but I can't do what I want to do. If you build a house, can you save a template of it? Yes. I don't recommend it though. What you can do is you go into the build menu, you go to house blueprint on the end, and then you click add blueprint. You can either save all or you can save a single building. The reason why I don't recommend that is because when you try to use the rebuild option, so when you try to do the corner box, right? I have this corner box thing. When I place it, if I have all the mats, you see it places real nice. If I don't have all the mats, or if I do build, then what's going to happen is it's going to be in that state, right? And then I have to end up coming back over and adding all the mats one by one. I find it just easier to rebuild stuff from memory. It's not the best answer, but it's, in my opinion, the cleaner answer. Because when you use the camera function, if you don't have everything, then you sit there and you got to keep going back in. Like, if you haven't, you have all these components and all these pieces. You're playing on The Way of Winter. I'm on Manibus. And I'm only on Manibus because we were promised the Way of Winter update, the changes, the fixes. But I don't remember what happened. What happened with the Way of Winter? Son of a bitch, I did not want to go. Something happened with the Way of Winter. I think the changes they made with the Way of Winter are bad. They got rid of the thermal tower being like the center point for the Way of Winter base, which was bad in and of itself. There's no events. Well, if you're on an early server, there won't be events yet. If you're looking for the big event server that's PvE, that's gonna be Endless Dream. But Endless Dream, in my opinion, is better for private servers as opposed to open servers. Yeah, first season was a slog fest. Then they took it down. Then they nerfed the shit out of it. Then they removed the towers. And that's what I'm kind of talking about with game developers. If you build it and you like it, honestly, man, nuts to the white mice of the people who don't like it. If you don't like it, don't play. But don't, like, and I get it, they're a company, they want to make money. That's their ultimate goal is to make money. So they're going to try to appease the player base. But most players want easy. The heat and kill, I don't know if heat and cold can still kill you. I know that was a lot of people's big complaint. Oh my god, I'm dying to the elements. I know, imagine that. It's a survival game. Imagine dying to survival game mechanics. How horrible. But yeah, unfortunately, players kind of dictate. Unfortunately, players kind of dictate what they're willing to spend money on. And I think that's a great thing. I think game developers need to decide what they want to build. And then players need to decide what they want to buy. Ah. You're gonna let me cheat and do it this way. People bitching about Souls-like games being hard and asking for story mode. Like, the game dev made a game of a certain difficulty. If you want to know the story, watch it on YouTube. The developers are making a game for a specific audience. And if you aren't that audience, that's okay. Yeah, I don't disagree with that statement. But here's the other half of that statement. Game developers, if they're not going to put in an easy mode, need to recognize that they're not going to sell as many copies. If they're not going to put in an adjustable difficulty, they need to recognize they're going to deal with a lot of they're going to deal with a lot of refunds because people buy the game and then there's no adjustable difficulty slider. And then the developer's going to be like, well, why? Well, because you didn't. I don't think you should ever have to shower or use the bathroom in a game. There's already a game that does that, and it's a completely unnecessary feature. I really don't think adding bodily functions to a video game adds anything to it. I play video games to escape reality, not to play a digital reality. If that's your thing, that's your thing, but absolutely not my thing. I don't need that. I don't need that in a video game. I don't think that's gonna let me cheat it. I think if I do this, it's gonna then knock it down. No, it's not. Ooh, saucy. Oh, good. Good, we'll be able to actually do this the way I wanted then. So inside, I'm going to be able to make it look how I want. I don't think I'll be able to do it on the outside. Ceiling. Yeah, we don't have a natural stone ceiling. I think we can leave that alone. We don't have a natural roof. Yeah. Elden Ring sold fine without a difficulty setting. It'd probably have done worse with one since the Masochists player wouldn't like it. See, that's bullshit. Why does the Masochist player base give a shit if other people can beat the game on easy? What do they care? How? That is where, as a marketing person, what does it matter if another group can play it on easy? That's like people that remember the game Suikoden. Suikoden was a bastard of a game to get the actual ending for. Because in order to get the actual ending of Suikoden, you must do everything right. And you don't ever have a chance to undo if you do something wrong. Like, if you don't do X, Y, and Z at a certain point in the story, if you advance the story before having 88 people in your camp, then this event doesn't trigger, and you can never fix that. When people say the masochistic player base wouldn't like it, why? Play it on ultra hard. What does it matter? Like, I remember the people I got, like, I have finally finished my CK3 playthrough that I have been doing for 2 years. I've been trying to do something for 2 years. And I finally got it. And it's hard as hell. Those players want it to be like this because it lessens their sense of achievement. Otherwise, people are weird like that. Yeah, and that's what's wrong. I saw another YouTuber using Critical Pulse, and her arrows would cause change lightning to other players. How do you get this? How do you get blueprints? Critical Pulse. I'm on the new one. The new one is the new thing. The coronations make CK3 too easy. Yeah, Critical Pulse is just buy it out of the wish machine for 8,000. The chain lightning thing is hitting a target consumes 1 charge to create an orb. This damage benefits from power surge. Continuous power surge can trigger every half a second on the current target. So yeah. See, the other thing we don't have good torch lighting. They need to give us, like, good flame light. Like, we don't even have a campfire. Your pulse doesn't do it, though. I might use the fire pit thing. Your critical pulse doesn't chain. It should. Oh, yeah, shit. You need the key item. Fucking... What's the key item for the crossbow rail? You run it, I don't. Yeah, you need the... I can do it this way. I can cheat. Recommended build. The goggles, the Mayfly goggles. No, overload pants. After triggering your power surge 20 times, the next 6 shots will consume reserve ammo. Trigger. Oh no! Nope, that might not be it. No, because that's trigger count +1. Hold on. Yeah, it should be doing it on its own. It's a feature of the weapon, not a feature of a key item. Because some people don't even run the particular key item for the crossbow. Yeah, you just have to proc the keyword. You don't, there isn't a key item that goes with it. No, every critical pulse does it. It's a feature of the weapon. 6-star has not, the weapon itself is the weapon. I don't know why yours isn't spreading. Static shock. The mod. Power surge damage minus 50% and power duration 50%, power surge damage plus 20. Yeah, Mayfly goggles. People recommend the Mayfly goggles. But also I personally think the overload pants might be better than the Mayfly goggles. No, it's not special ammo. Yeah. That's what the weapon does. That's literally what, that's like that is the build. Yeah, because nothing. It's on. That's a weapon effect. It's not an armor effect. Oh, no, I don't think it's headshots. You do have to stack. You do have to collect all the orbs it drops, though. I assume you're collecting all the orbs that it drops. If you're not, when you're hitting. Yeah, when you're hitting targets. Yeah, it'll drop these orbs. That's why I have to stay away from him. My teammate runs it, and I have to stay away from him so that I'm not picking up all his orbs. So I'm not stealing all his mojo. Shit that I don't want. Now that we're on a permanent server, I'll actually take the time to like clean up all my chests. Honestly, fuck him before. Yeah, you're running. My teammate's still mad at me because the last time I streamed, I may have gotten a 17-point cryo catalyst. 6% frost damage and 6% frost vortex damage. Would have been nice. It would have been nice if it had a little bit different stats, but I'll take those two. That's why elemental damage kind of sucks, because you absolutely need the top line in your status line at 6. It is a bad day for everybody when they're trying to run stat. But we're trying to run elemental damage. But once you have it set up, you're squared away. Once you have it set, it's good. All right. So I don't know if this thing is trying to look like a bunker or trying to look like a cave. Unfortunately, I don't think I have the bricks I need. I don't think I have the bricks I need to make this look right. It looks more like a fucking bunker. Because you can't, or don't have anything for the inside of the curved roof. And the roof looks like it's made out, like the roof definitely looks like it's made out of processed stone, not natural stone. They'll get there though, hopefully. But see, this right here is why a game company needs to really be careful by not making housing available for all players. Because this is the sort of thing that when a person is just in the zone. What if we put it behind the rock? No, we'll put it over here. If a person's in the zone and they're building and then they're like, oh, like if my teammate said, oh, they have this pack. I'd be like, oh, they have a pack that does exactly what I want. Oh, I'll buy that. You know, I have, what's that piece of furniture? I don't like all the changes they've made. I like some of them. I don't like all of them. Don't like all of them. Like, well, that's cool. Wall-mounted circular light box. Oh, we got to do. Shit, I have to make a thing that'll allow me to gravity. We got to do the gravity thing. You got all your. You got all your ammo and stuff. You got all your toys. We got to do the gravity bullshit thing here at the top of the hour, or not the top of the hour, but the start of the gravity time. I don't know why they put an event that clocks in on server time. Like, if you're gonna have an event, and this is not like, I'm not against the idea of day-night cycles. I think day-night cycles are great. But if you're going to have a special event going on, don't make it where you can only do the event for 30 minutes out of every hour. Because the player base isn't going to like that. One of those. Because you got to shoot shit in the face. But no, I love the idea of an MMO that has a day-night cycle. I love the idea of a game that has a day-night cycle. I think it's just really important to make sure that you think so too. Thanks, buddy. Thanks for the vote of confidence. Got to make sure that your day-night cycle doesn't work in such a way that a player that only can play 3 hours a day always is in the day or always is in the night. I know people aren't a fan of sharding, but one thing you can do, if you want to do day-night content, you can have a primary shard for the server, and all the gatherables are on it, all the obtainables can be on shard 1, but you can have the other one running at the opposite time of day to accommodate the player who, like, the player that comes home every day at 6. I personally like 1 real life hour per day. Too short. 1 real life hour per day is way too short. Because then every day you only have 30 minutes a day and 30 minutes a night. which doesn't really give you a compelling amount of time. That's why I said if you have another shard, having another shard on the exact opposite time of day is a great, eloquent, simple solution to, you want meaningful day and meaningful night, but you also want to be respectful of the player who plays 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. every day, and they never get the other time of day. And I'm not saying 3 hours is the right amount. All I'm saying is we got to have meaning to it. It has to be meaningful. If it's not meaningful, why are we doing it? I would rather not have a day-night cycle than have it be non-meaningful. Like Arcade, one of the quests in Arcade was you had to do it at night. But it's like, shit, man, this is such a bullshit quest. If I can't get it done the first time at night, then fuck it, I'll just not do it. And since it was optional, not mandatory. And that's an interesting question for the audience. Depends on if you're trying to your content to be day-night. If only for aesthetics, I'd go, yeah. If only for aesthetics, absolutely. If only for aesthetics, fuck it. 45 minutes to 75 minutes. I agree with you. Then I agree with you. Give me a slow passing day-night cycle. It's good. Like when Ashes of Creation first said their day-night cycle was going to be meaningful because you were going to have to swap out your offhand to a torch or a lantern. Otherwise, you'd be unable to see. Well, then that's meaningful. Then that makes nighttime meaningful. Then it makes night vision races meaningful. You can do an awful lot of things if you design with purpose. If you're not designing with purpose and things are just flavor. And again, there's nothing wrong with things that are just flavor. There's also nothing wrong with client-side modification that doesn't change the world. For example, we're having a zombie problem, and when you click on accept quest, it fast forwards your time, your screen, your animations to nighttime. Nothing wrong with that either. Oh, we gotta go sizable way down here. Because you can't place these with... they got smart. You can't place the sky elevator within 90 meters of somebody's house. Which means you can't build up like a tall tower with guns on it to attack the mobs. They actually got smart on that because actually, you know what? I want to know if we try it. Let's see if it can help, or how long it can help shooting up. I don't think it can. Yeah, until you place some gun trucks on that hill. Right. But I don't think the gun trucks will have the range. But this is actually a somewhat decent... This is where you can see they're trying to build events that are unique. I give them an A for effort in this sky elevator thing. Not sure if I like that, since non-night vision races get rather large in 8 bonuses, and you'd have to buff the races that don't quite have it quite a lot to compensate for them being less effective at night. No, you don't. Why? Why do you operate in a belief that everybody has to be balanced perfectly? That's where gamers have gone completely fucking sideways. Everybody doesn't have to be equal. Think about D&D, man. How many times have I played a cleric in D&D and I got a 2 on my fucking hit point throw? I literally have to never get hit. I have to choose all of my actions to never fucking be a target of opportunity. because I have 2 hit points. As opposed to the barbarian who has 8 or 9 or 12. We've gotten into this idea that online gaming has to be an exercise in equality, and it doesn't. We already know this because tanks can generally wear better armor than healers. When people say we need to have balance, you're right. You have to have balance, but not equality. Not everybody needs to be equal. You choose to be a race that has night vision. You don't have to sacrifice your offhand at night. Congratulations. You have something that works half the time, and the other half the time, your advantage is nothing. The other races have to have a torch or a lantern in their offhand, otherwise they suffer mechanical disadvantages. Well, not everybody would equip a torch or a lantern. They would just change the gamma of their monitor. Right, which is why if they're not holding a torch or a lantern, they take a mechanical penalty. So guess what? You've given the other guy a disadvantage, and you've put a requirement on him. Carry a lantern, carry lantern oil, carry torches. War Tales does this amazing. If you've never played War Tales, they actually do this great. If you don't have a torch or a lantern or a torch in your offhand, you can't see shit. You are reliant on the torchlight provided by the nearby people, which changes which gear you carry. You can't send all of your main DPSers in with two-handed weapons. Your archers require you need to pair off your archers with other people, or the archers can't ever shoot at anybody because they can't see anybody. Now, the archers can set up their trap and the mobs walk through it and still trigger it. But I don't think we need to have everybody be equal. And I think that's where games are failing. Like, you're a CK3 player. You know full well that an unreformed religion or tribal government is broken as shit. When you're a tribal leader and you're surrounded by all small feudal areas, shit, you're taking all of that. First, I'm gonna raid you, then I'm gonna use your gold, and then I'm gonna fucking come back and conquer you. Like, we don't have to have equality. What we have to have is a quality of opportunity, but not a quality of just because you give one, you don't give the other. Otherwise, why did tanks have more hit points than rogues? If your game is PvP like content, it becomes more important to have things somewhat. No. You're saying equality of balance. Balance doesn't have to be equality. Balance has to be a quality of outcome, not a quality of character. Well, it's unfair to other races. You're right, it is unfair. It's also unfair that you can use a two-handed weapon and I can't. It's also unfair that a healer has heals and you have to use pots. It's also unfair that the best damage comes from a two-hander, but people that have a shield have better mitigation. It's not unfairness, it's choice. It's player-driven decision. What do you want? How do you want your player to play out? Now, where I agree with you is that if you take the best player in the world, the best everything, best gear, and that person still can't win in equality of their fights, then we have a problem. That when the outcome isn't equal, we have a problem, and I'll agree with that all day. But it was like the guy that I was in a Tech 2 cruiser, and a guy in a battleship decided to pick a fight with me and Eve. And then he got mad and he raged because I beat him. Dude, I'm in a Tech 2 cruiser. You're in a Tier 1 battleship. You're supposed to lose this fight. Like, you're literally designed to lose this fight. You take EVE Online, for example. Not every ship starts off with even a fair shot at beating other ships. Oh no, the Amar, you're using lasers. Oh no, my shields are gone. I'm a Galente and I have armor reps. Because your EM damage is so hurtful to my hull, right? And I think that's what we have to look at EVE Online for really a lot of balance things. Like, look at how well they balance that game to make sure that, okay, so the Kaldari have this disadvantage. So what we're going to do to make up for this Kaldari disadvantage is we're going to give them the the electronic warfare of completely taking away your ability to target shit. Wow. As an individual, that's not very balanced. You're right. It's very difficult to compare unbalanced stats. For example, if a game has evasion, block, and parry, and evasion gets rid of all damage, parry gets rid of 40%, and block gets rid of 80%, well then, as the developer, you've created a meta. And that meta that you've created is that it is better to stack... Oh no! As a developer, you've told me it's better to stack evasion, because if I evade the attack, then I will... I will take 0 damage, as opposed to if I parry it, I still take 60% of the damage. Ooh, she's saucy. That's a long way up. Healing versus damage, which one is more valuable? Depends on which situation. Are we talking about a situation where there's a rage timer? Because, and you bring up a great point, and you bring up a point where Ashes of Creation and other games, I'm going to use Ashes, have completely failed to resolve the issue. One-on-one. I play a game where evasion is a thing and dodgers pretty much control the meta. If you can't bring a weapon with interesting effects, if it doesn't have high accuracy, it's useless. Right. The players of certain, like, can we start with the idea that players of certain classes have certain characteristics? Damage dealers want to kill shit. Damage dealers get frustrated when they can't kill a healer. Damage dealers in some way feel cheated when they can't kill the healer. But why should a damage dealer automatically have some innate claim to being able to kill healers? I can heal the tank through a dragon trying to eat his ass, but I can't out-heal the damage put out by one of the 5 damage dealers needed to kill said dragon. I don't think those numbers work. I understand it's frustrating, and I'm not saying it's not going to be frustrating. But you have to decide what you want your... We got to do one more. I'll go make another one. Or you probably need to make one. I bet you have parts. I don't think I have parts. I don't think I have shields or speeds. Oh, I do. Go make one more. We'll have time. I'll make it real quick. If you want your game to be PvP, like you bring up, well, it's simply bad gameplay if you have PvP and the damage dealer needs to hit you for an hour. No, it's not. Why is that bad gameplay? That only becomes bad gameplay if the healer can kill you in 3 seconds and you can't kill the healer in an hour. There's where bad gameplay comes in. I don't think you can probably balance a game for both PvP and PvE. You absolutely can. You absolutely can balance a game for PvP and PvE. What you have to do is actually balance it and not give a fuck what the player base is upset about. Because if it's balanced and you can prove it's balanced, it's not that it's not balanced, it's they just don't like it. But you have to decide. You have to decide what you want your outcome for 1v1s to be. And if you want your outcomes to be 1v1 combat is irrelevant, then the player base just has to suck it up like a buttercup and understand that 1v1 fights aren't what you designed around. I thought Steven was on the right track where he said you are going to have hard counters. It's not 50-50 every fight. It's some fights you start with an advantage, and some fights you start with a disadvantage. And we've designed it intentionally that way. And we know we've designed it intentionally that way. For example, I'll use Magic the Gathering. Magic the Gathering is a great starting point. And I do agree. If you have a situation where one mitigating stat controls the game, it hurts the game. Think about Magic the Gathering real quick and think about a red deck versus a blue deck. Even though they're supposed to be natural enemies, who has the advantage? Well, is it a control deck or a counterspell deck? If it's a counterspell deck, blue has the advantage. Because red is all based around damage spells. And if I can eliminate your damage spells, that's the end of it. White deck versus a black deck. White deck is normally faster creatures. Black deck is normally refined, and I'm talking old school. I'm talking like Fallen Empires era. Black deck is more, I got to put a lot of things together to get the results I want. If that's what you know, then you have to build counters to that. If you want your MMO to be 1v1 balance, I agree with you. If you want your game to be about 1v1 fights, you can't have a healer class and you can't have a tank class. If you want your game to be about group content, then you literally do what Intrepid did 7 years ago. And you say, hey, you know what? We don't give a shit about balancing for 1v1. In 1v1, based on how we've done our game, you're going to have fights that you naturally win. You're going to have fights that you naturally lose. You're going to have fights that some fights turn into who has better gear. Some fights you could be out-geared and your class advantage naturally gives you the win. That's a good game. That's a good game. Because what it's doing is it's recognizing, like, I'll use once human. Because people complained about certain weapons, they nerfed the weapon. But what that's not doing is it's not accounting for a level of reality. And in a fantasy game, I'm cool with suspending disbelief. But in a game with guns, if we start off 200 meters from each other, and I have a sniper rifle and you have a pistol, I should win 90% of the encounters. Assuming I can't aim for shit. Is that why I don't use bingo? I don't use bingo because bingo is not the biggest damage anymore. Because what Airstyle said Starry Studios couldn't figure out a way how to balance PvE and PvP, and so they kind of fucked the bingo over, and in a recent patch they kind of fixed it. But I run Bramini because it's AoE damage. And people are like, you're running the weakest weapon. No, the fuck I'm not. You just don't know how to run it properly. Is it about single target damage or is it about AoE damage? If it's single target damage, you're right. I'm running one of the weakest weapons. If we're talking about clearing dungeons and clearing trash, like the Bramini isn't the best for the dog until you consider the orb phase. Well, then when I kill all the orbs and I reload 8 bullets, yeah, then I have no downtime. I think people get upset because they want their build to be the oh my god, what the fuck barbecue chicken. And that's not, you're not designed. 60 to 2 targets is greater than 100 to 1 target. Yes, exactly. And that's where the oh my god fucking math comes in. People don't understand that it's, yes, you might be better at killing a single target, but I'm infinitely better at clearing out a room. And then how do you synergize with that? Like, I don't know if you guys ever played Battletech. In Battletech, I ran a Spartan. I'm sorry, Robotech. In Robotech, I ran a Spartan. The Spartan is completely fucking useless in close range combat. But what it is great at is the one thing it does, and that's deliver 24 to 48 long range missiles to a target. We ran tabletop Robotech. Everybody else wanted to be the belle of the ball, running the Excalibur, running in, being the fucking hero with the fucking amazing laser axe. Do that shit, man. Do that shit. I'll be the guy that when you finally, oh shit, I'm in trouble. 12 missiles coming your way. How much damage is that? Hey, GM, do I have to even roll for damage? Does it have more than 12,000 armor? No, it's liquid. Oh my god, that's so overpowered. Yeah, I can do it twice. Yeah, Rail is running a crowd control build. He got tired of running Boom Boom. And I don't blame him, because running the same weapon for a year is boring as shit. He moved. He does a little bit less damage. But because he chose to do a little bit less damage, I do a little bit more damage. Because he brings all the targets together, so I don't lose bullets off walls and the floor. I hit 9 targets instead of hitting 6 targets. We don't give a shit about who does more damage, although I give him shit about it. We care about our goal now is to get our farming total. We don't want to spend more than 10 minutes in a dungeon. That's our metric for success. Do we have the nightmare silo down under 10 minutes? And on a lot of them we are. So now our next is, how do we get it under 7 minutes? Dirty cheater. Yeah, also, I use rockets. I mean, you want to use the rockets, man? Go right fucking ahead. That way I can laugh at you when the fucking game lags out and you shoot 3 rockets through an arbiter. Oh, spicy. You'd blow yourself up, probably. I've done it. God damn. Oh, you cocksucker. Yeah. That's a bad day. Yeah, it's gonna blow up before I can get up. But as I saw the video that somebody made for Ashes of Creation where they talked about how one guild is denying content. No, you cannot. Your guns are static. You can't change what the gun does. Your mods allow you to change how the gun does it. But no, you can't merge Frost with Surge. People were talking about how Polar is denying people content, so then that one mayor had turned the node war into all level 1s defending. Well, here, and I didn't see, if somebody can tell me exactly what the response was. I saw something that insinuated that the response was defending your town with all level 1s was an exploit for denying content. Like, didn't understand, and I haven't seen it for myself, so I'm going on second and third hand information. If you build an entire game around the idea of denial of content, why would you be upset that people are denying content? Like, isn't that the whole... Yeah, that was bullshit because we both died and that one lightning bug showed up, and that lightning bug should have blown up before I got up. I don't need either of those. But I saw people complaining about Ashes in the denial of content, and I'm like, that's the whole fucking premise of the game. Like, on that one, Intrepid said repeatedly, that's the premise of the game. The premise of the game is the strongest, like, it's the fucking Matthew McConaughey. There's only one law in this jungle. When the lion's hungry, he eats. That's how I've always understood the idea of Ashes of Creation. When the fucking lion's hungry, he eats. Everybody else gets scraps. I've always understood it to be that. I also think it's funny as fuck that you declare a war and then they defend with level 1 alts. Fuck you. Like, you wanted to have a good time, and your good time is we don't give a shit. If people don't realize by now, like, I love how some people, and people that knew me 7 years ago, that are like, well, if only somebody had mentioned that this was going to be a problem. Motherfucker, I talked about this being a problem. It's... Node wars are a huge problem in the premise of you've locked everything behind the node, but you've said your game is a PvX game, but you've locked all the content behind the nodes, which means if you want to do content, you have to be a citizen. If you're a citizen, you can log in to find that your node is in a war, and now you have to PvP whether you want to or not. That's, I hate to break it to Intrepid, that's not good game design. Forced PvP is never good game design. And that problem with Ashes of Creation can be mitigated very, very simply. All you have to do is have citizens of the node be registered as members of the garrison, or not members of the garrison. As members of the garrison, you get additional perks, but you also get drawn into all the node wars. If you're in the node defense, if you're not a member of the garrison guild, then you get less perks, and potentially you can be bumped from content because you're not a member of the garrison. What's the benefit to defending with level 1? There is no benefit. My understanding is they did it as a big fuck you to the attacking guild, to just say, we're not going to give you a meaningful fight. You declared war on us. We're just not going to give you content. That was my understanding. There may be more to it because I haven't looked it up yet. There simply was, their response was, fuck you. Because a lot of people are blaming Polar of exploiting. Now, my understanding is that Polar is made up of the remnants of Envious. And historically speaking, exploiting is something that is more likely rather than less likely to occur with the members of Envious. Not saying they exploit, but I'm saying it's more likely that those members would rather than less likely. My understanding of how Polar got to where they are is they seriously no-lifed the fuck out of the first 2 days of Alpha 2 Phase 3, got their first people up to the level cap, and then used the fact that you can get XP for mobs 9 levels above you, and they literally just did a did a carry. Good on them. That's the fuck how you level in an environment like that. There's some rumor that Polar exploited a couple of things to get gear. Even if they did or if they didn't, all the other data I saw showed that just by grinding certain mobs, you were getting the drops you needed. Well, how fucking hard is it to gear out your whole guild when you have a handful of people that are already max level and a handful of people that are already max guild? Congratulations. That's how a trickle down fucking game works. We're going to control this spot because this spot generates the drops we need. We have the people who can control this spot. We have the people who have the gear to farm this spot. Congratulations. That's Ashes of Creation as designed. If you're mad about that, then you're mad at the design, not at the people using the fucking design. I hate half those fucking people. I don't hate them because hate is like an active, you'd have to go out of your way to hate them. Most of the people that are in that group, if they were on fire and I had water, I would just keep drinking. I wouldn't go out of my way to help them. I wouldn't go out of my way to hurt them. I wouldn't set them on fire. Like, I'm not going to set you on fire. But if you happen to be on fire, don't expect my water, right? You know what I'm saying? But if you're going to accuse people of cheating, you need to be... You've got to be spot on. You've got a couple of questions. First, when do you use mod conversion if you're unlucky grinding silos? When you use mod enhancement when you've got the suffix you want and you just want them to get to purple gold, right? I don't do Beastmaster. Rail might be able to help you with the Beastmaster question. Since Lunar will come out, is it worth it for me to hunt Lunar mods on Gravity, or should I wait for the easier way to get them? I would wait for the easier way to get them. I'll answer the parts of your questions for the things I can. So, for example, let me be right back. I gotta grab another soda, then I'll dive into yours. Alright. So, mod conversion. The very first thing you need to know about mod conversion is that the best the mod can be is purple, blue, green, green. That's a 12-point mod. Let me see if I... Let me see if I have one. Like right there. That mod right here is a purple, blue, green mod. So 2 and 3 is 5, 9, 10, 11, 12. This is the type of mod you want to upgrade because it's going to go 17. The problem here is that I always want my top line to be gold. I don't know why so I always want my top line to be gold. And since that's green, it means I need to go blue, purple, gold, which means 3 out of 5 of my upgrades need to go there. And I need 1 out of 5 upgrades to go to weapon damage. The likelihood of that going isn't very high, but it's luck. And so it could. The other problem is I already have 3 points in head damage. I really want head damage to not be already blue. What I'm looking for a mod like that is I'm looking for something like that. I'm looking for weak spot 9%, damage against great ones 6%, weapon damage 6%, which means the stat I don't want, like I don't care about, I want that one to be green. Now, can you always get that? No. Should you be trying to get 3 golds? Not right away. Getting 3 golds on a mod isn't your first goal. It's like you walk these mods up a little bit at a time. This was my build for a long, I haven't updated this in a while, but this was my build for a long time. I've since walked those mods up. Like that was a 10-point mod, 12, 12, 12, 13, 12. And keep in mind that at the time, 13 was cap. They've changed the point value. They literally took my point scale system and changed it. I don't know why. It was good the way I wrote it. As far as when should you upgrade, you should upgrade a mod when it's an improvement to what you're currently using. You don't have to get to the, oh my god, what the fuck barbecue chicken answer right away. If you have something that's a small improvement, upgrade on it. Like this one right here, I have Frost Construct Talents. I have Element 6 status 6-0, but I don't have my top line at gold. Well, for right now, this mod is good enough. I'll upgrade it later. What I don't want to do is waste a lot of time in mod rolls trying to fix that if the rest of my mods aren't in good shape. So then I'll go to the next one and I'll say, what's my status like? What's my status mod in this build? And that one's element 8 and I don't have status on it at all. So it makes more sense for me to try to upgrade a glove mod than re-roll that mask mod, because that mask mod has already got 6% status. I don't have any on this one. So it's not about getting there in one bite. It's about taking the time to walk up each mod slowly. Ultimately, you can start soloing all the content with trash mobs. You probably need to find a group to solo nightmares. As far as lunar mods, if lunar is coming back, it is way faster to get lunar mods during the lunar event than it is at the terrible conversion rate of opening those chests, the gravity chests that give. So if you couldn't get lunar mods, you would have to come in here, go to the pass shop, and then it's 500 gravity crystals per gold box, 300 per purple box. That's a ridiculous conversion rate. I wouldn't even engage with that. that rate. I would just wait for them to come back. Oh yeah, I've got to buy that. That's the only reason to go to new scenarios, to be honest. Did you get your more Mitsuku marks? What's up, Magistone? Another day, another dollar, man. Get rid of some of these too. Ah. Buy 4. Don't need you. Don't need you. Don't need you. You are welcome. Don't need you. Or 3. 2. I've got like 4. No, I seriously probably have 2,000 deviations. We were supposed to get a deviation update at this point, by this point, and we haven't gotten it yet. I really wish they would come out with it. 5-3 medium cup. Both of those. 4-2, 4-3. I love when people say Prime War about to start. Okay, well then start it. Go. Fuck's sake, man. Go. Do it. I don't like this. I can't make this look like a cave. I don't like it. There's no way. There's no way to make it look how I want. Maybe I'll put in that suggestion that they need to they need to have more stone cave style stuff. If it's gonna look dumb, it'll bother me. Yeah, like I said earlier in the show, content creator program for this game, some of the content creators, I feel bad when I see people that clearly don't understand business getting mad about something that is just a business. Like, it's not a personal thing against you. They cut my pay by 95%. No, they didn't cut your pay. Now, I will say, in defense of the player who got mad how much money they lost, I'm not heartless. I do understand that if you were expecting a paycheck for $4,500 and you're not getting that, then I totally understand why you're mad. Because you should never be making content for a game and not know what you're about to get paid for that. Like, I totally recognize the idea that if you've been being paid X amount for months, and then that number is changing, you should have known about the change before the work was done. Like, long time ago on A Land Far Away, I did work for Gamigo, and after I did work for Gamigo, they said, well, we're not paying you for it. And I said, that's not how that works. We have a contract. I did the work, you approved the work, I published the work, you owe me the money. So they paid me. A lot of, like, content creator program is like, we'll pay you based on how many views you get. But it's weird because you don't see the pay rate until after the period closes. Well, first of all, why are you worried about If you're paying me by view, then why are you paying me 1 to 29 days after I publish the video? Because my normal publication schedule, a Once Human video came out, and then the very next day closed the period, and they paid by views. Well, it wasn't of advantage to me for the creator program to put that video out that day. It was more advantageous to me to not put the video out that day. Because if I waited 2 days to put it out, then it would have the full 29 days to grow in the next period. And sometimes you want to say that to companies and you want to be like, you do realize that your plan is bad, right? Do people from the company streams like for Once Human? No, well, I'm sure somebody from Ashes of Creation watches my streams, and even if they don't, I'm sure the community still sends Steven out of context clips. And if you're here for that reason, well, fuck you too. But no, most of the time companies don't, if they're not paying you to make a particular stream, they don't show up. I mean, if they're paying you to promote the game, like you specifically, then yeah, they'll show up. They'll show up because, like, one thing that I was told once is they said, well, some of the things you said could be interpreted as negative. And then what I said to them was, yeah, I'm sure a lot of the things that I said could be interpreted as negative. Well, we don't like, it doesn't matter what you like. If you try to put in a no negativity into a contract with me, I just won't sign it. Because I don't feel that I'm negative. I feel that I talk about things that need to be talked about. If the truth makes you uncomfortable, then in all honesty, have better truths. And not trying to be a douchebag about it. But if the truth makes you uncomfortable, why does the truth make you uncomfortable? And I'm sure that it's hard for some people at some companies to accept what I'm saying, but I'm not saying anything deliberately hurtful. I'm saying things in a way because those things need to be answered for. Those things need to be accounted for. And if you don't want people to ask hard questions, then stay at home. If someone has such a huge hate on for you and accusing you of lying because of what you say, they're 100% either watching or having someone watch and report. Oh, I know. It was just like somebody said the other day, Intrepid won't pay any attention to me unless I wander into the range of libel. I said, what would that matter? Intrepid wouldn't sue me for libel anyway. And they were kind of like, why wouldn't Intrepid sue you for libel? I said, because I'd have to go completely the fuck out of bounds for Intrepid to sue me. Because number one, ParadoxGaming.net has no fucking resources. You want to fucking sue me over $5,000? Go right the fuck ahead. Interestingly enough, what are you going to do? Sue me for my fucking music holdings? They're Creative Commons by attribution. You know what that means? It means the moment that I put them out into the market, this individual has a copy of every song, Creative Commons by attribution, share alike. You can't take my music away from me. I specifically took steps to prevent that years ago. But the other reason why Intrepid would never sue me for libel or slander or defamation of character, because then I get discovery. And the very last fucking thing that company wants is for me to have the ability to fucking get subpoenas. Right now, I can't get a subpoena for anything. If they want to sue me because they feel something I've said is defaming their character, they'll lose. And then they'll lose when I countersue under California law for frivolous lawsuit. Look, man, you said you were self-funding the core viable product. You said you didn't have investors to answer to. Yet yet have a CFO from a multi-billion-dollar MLM company. Intrepid Studios is large enough of a studio that it should have a dedicated CFO. If you supposedly have 250 employees, then the CFO has a team of people that requires somebody to be minding the books on a full-time basis. What'd they say? They have 250 employees and 100 contractors. Is that the last comment I heard? Something along those lines. Yeah, that's this coming week's story. The CFO for Intrepid Studios is also the CFO for Junis, however you pronounce it, which is a billion-dollar MLM company that has been investigated for deceptive practices, RICO, and pyramid schemes. I think it's a question that bears asking why a man who's been accused repeatedly of pyramid schemes would choose to onboard a CFO from a company that has lost a lawsuit regarding very similar things. I don't think that makes a lot of sense. Doesn't make dollars, it doesn't make sense. But I'm not in charge of Intrepid's hiring practices. What I will tell you is that if I was accused of MLM, I sure as fuck would not have onboarded a CFO. And as far as I know, as far as public records state, he's still the CFO at whatever it is, Junis Industries. But that's next week's article. I'm really, really hoping that Steven will just put out a public statement that he apologizes. Because I want to go back to not giving a shit about Ashes of Creation. He shouldn't have lumped me in with those other creators. He apologizes for that. I'll fuck right off. I will fuck right back off to the netherworld and go back to not giving a shit. I'll be King Julian. Can we go back to not having this meeting? Yes, let's go back to that. Let's go back to that idea. Because the only other thing is I have to prove that it's not due to burnout. Like, look, man, I stopped covering your game because your game was, in my opinion, dog water. I stopped covering your game because, in all honesty, you're not delivering the game you said you were going to deliver anyway. Like, you cut the node system by at least 30%, 29.4%. You cut the fucking, you gutted the game, and now I'm hearing, and I haven't confirmed this, I'm hearing that the Riverlands is now going to be a static level area. Like the Riverlands is, and I don't know because I didn't see this comment myself, but does anybody know on Ashes, is the Riverlands being a level 30 area a launch design decision or just an alpha testing design decision? Because my feedback is going to be based on whether or not that's launch form or if that's testing form. Ooh, spicy. We just barely fit that shit in. Come on, one of you people that loves Ashes of Creation, you gotta have that answer. How do you not have it? You gotta have that answer. What if they pull a No Man's Sky and make a miraculous comeback after release and apologize to everyone for the racism and throwing people under the bus? First of all, I'm gonna challenge you on No Man's Sky making a miraculous comeback. No Man's Sky has right now 71,000 people playing through Steam. But it also is available on Galaxy Games, the Microsoft Store, Game Pass, PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5, Xbox One, Xbox Series XS, and Switch. I don't know. I will definitely say that No Man's Sky having probably approximately 100,000 players playing right now is great. It's amazing. It's amazingly amazing. But I don't know if it, how shall we say, put out all the fires that it lit. I don't 100% know if No Man's Sky didn't hurt themselves long term with how they handled things. I still believe in the idea that honesty is the best policy. I believe that if something goes wrong, your best bet regarding the thing that went wrong is to tell people, hey man, something went wrong. I don't think you can bullshit your way out of things going wrong. I think that the dangerous part comes with the hubris of, if we kind of apologize, everything will be okay. I think that's dangerous. And I think that's dangerous because some people are going to tell you to shove it up your ass. And it's just a fact you're going to it's a fact that you're going to deal with. I think Intrepid Studios particularly are in trouble because their early numbers are going to give them false hope, and they have an awful lot of people that have 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, 12 months, and lifetime subscriptions to Ashes of Creation. The problem with having people with large quantities of playtime is you don't know if they're planning on staying until after they've stayed past their free playtime. And keep in mind just how many people, because I don't know these new packs that they sold, but the least amount of playtime that people on the old packs have is 3 months. 3, 6, 9, 12 lifetime. Compound that with how many people have referral money, and you're really looking at a problem, because Intrepid Studios could conceivably launch, and let's just say have 400,000 players. And people would say, oh, look, Ashes of Creation is doing great. It is 400,000 players. And 3 months in, they lose 100,000 players because those players decided to get their 3 months worth. And then when they didn't have any more free time, they left. Is Ashes of Creation set up like a multi-level marketing? Yes, it absolutely is. And there's nothing wrong. People really need to understand, because people confuse pyramid schemes and multi-level marketing all the time. There is nothing wrong with multi-level marketing. Multi-level marketing is affiliate programs. Multi-level marketing is, simply put, an incentive for me to do something like this. I say, hey, you should really look up this book, and you'll find it on my books list. That's multi-level marketing. Because when you click on that list, you go to Amazon, and you're going to see all the shit that I recommend. In fact, you click on that link, and it's going to take you to my professional book list, which is funny that I have the subtle art of not giving a fuck on the front of my personal and professional development link. And then fiction reading, and you're like, oh, I wonder what the fuck Jay recommends for fiction reading. That is multi-level marketing. All multi-level marketing is getting a person to sell your products for you by giving them a cut. And in that regard, you don't have to pay to have a full-blown marketing team. That's it. It's nothing more, it's nothing less. People freak out about the idea of multi-level marketing. All it is affiliate programs are multi-level marketing. Where we run into the problem is when we have pyramid schemes. Because pyramid schemes operate kind of like this. We'll give you 10 keys at 70% the cost, and you go sell those 10 keys at whatever you want, but your profit comes from how much more you sell them. Well, the fastest way for me to sell keys is then to recruit people to sell keys. So I buy them from you at 70% off, and I sell them to people beneath me for 80% off. I make my 10% on the transaction. Their cut gets smaller. Not Etsy. Sensi is a big problem like this. Sensi has their salespeople, and they place orders, but they have to hit a minimum. Let me not speak out of turn. It may have changed. One of my daughters was a Sensi rep, and you sell their candles, except you have to have a minimum order on your threshold, or a minimum threshold on your order for you to get paid. If you don't have that, you don't get paid. You did all the work, but you get no compensation. So my kiddo would contact me and say, hey, I have $282 of a $300 order. Do you want a candle? I'd be like, yeah, fuck it, send it. Bring it the next time I see you. So my kid would come, and I'd have like 9 candles, because every time she tried to place an order to hit her threshold, I bought a candle. Now, it wasn't a big deal, because if you know me, I almost always have a candle burning. But that's how they get you. The Sensi rep doesn't quite get enough people, so they end up buying a candle, and then they try to sell it on their own. There's nothing wrong with that, except that's starting to lead a little bit more into the dangerous territory of a pyramid scheme. There's nothing wrong with upfront, honest MLM programs. The Girl Scouts of America are an MLM program. Girl Scouts of America make the cookies. The cookies go out to troops. The troops get the order forms. Mom and dad take the damn order form to work. The Girl Scouts of America know this. It's just an MLM system. There's nothing wrong with MLMs. Where we start to get the problem is when we start to bleed too far into pyramid schemes. To the best of my knowledge, I've never seen anything Yeah, the Boy Scouts sell chocolate and popcorn. My real estate agency works in an MLM agency. Real estate agencies themselves are MLM agencies. You have the brokerage house, you have the rep, you think your closing fees are 3% going to the rep, your agent. In truth, your agent's getting between 1.3 and 1.7, and the other 1.3, 1.7 is going to the brokerage house. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with it as long as you're doing it on the up and up. We run into the problem when we're not doing it on the up and up. We run into the problem when we're doing things in a shitbird. So how come no one is posting a code like they do in Star Citizen? Like that? Right back. The fact that you can still use this is funny. Yeah, that's the other problem with Intrepid. And I said it from the very beginning, and you know, you shouldn't have given everybody and their brother a referral code. That Intrepid missed so many opportunities. You don't give everybody and their brother a referral code. You give certain people a referral code. You would have to make a new account to use that code, which I'm not asking you to do. You asked, and I can provide one. For example, I have no idea what Intrepid was thinking by doing a referral system during their Kickstarter campaign. First of all, and this will eventually, well, I won't say eventually, this will more than likely come out and bite Intrepid in the ass. I know that there is terms, and from memory, there are terms of service for Kickstarter that I believe prevent you from doing an affiliate program in Kickstarter. I do remember that Intrepid took a lot of shit for that, which is why I was really shocked they did it. The other problem with an affiliate program, you want, and this is going to sound weird, but work with me here. You don't want a large creator like a Lazy Peon to have an affiliate code. And people are going to be like, what do you mean? Yes, of course you do. He's going to have your game and it's going to reach thousands of people. That's the exact reason why you don't want a large creator like the Lazy Peon to have an affiliate code. Because a large creator like the Lazy Peon is going to showcase your game because he's going to get 800, 900, 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, 4 million views on a video. He's going to do that work because let's just say, where's my phone? Let's say he does a video and it gets 2 million views. So he's looking at probably 60,000 or more on that video that he's going to make. let's say that let's do the standard 2 million. All right. So let's say a 2 million person video, by the time you factor down all the math, 600 referrals, 600 signups come. And for a free to play game with no purchase, no conversion, it's going to be a fuck lot more than 600. But let's just say it's 600 because you take the total number of views, 10% of that, 10% of that, 3% conversion, 600. Well, that means if all 600 of those people play the game, just those 600 people cost you $1,350 a month. There's a reason why you don't want Asmongold reviewing your game. It's because he's going to reach millions of viewers. And he's got no fucks left to give about what you sell. No, you want No. You have that all ass backwards. You want Asmongold to review your game. You absolutely want Asmongold to review your game. You want to involve the 2 or 3 largest MMO creators in the process of making your game. You want to include them with that. Because if you include them, the psychological trick is if you include them every step of the way and you implement their suggestions, you've made them part of the process. And when you've made somebody a part of a process, what you have done is you have made their id, ego, super ego combination part of that process. If you feel that your suggestions were taken, you're going to defend that product because they were your suggestions. You're going to defend that product even more so, right? If somebody says something about one of your suggestions. Now, where you got to be careful is you don't want to involve a large creator in a process if you have no intention of following their suggestions. Then you're right. If you know the creator hates your style of game, you need to think of how are you going to mitigate the idea that a particular large creator hates your style of game. Well, they fucked with him about it and insulted his ass. No, they didn't. Asmongold wasn't fucking ass hurt about the Asmobald character in the creator. He laughed about it. He thought it was funny. What absolutely fucked Intrepid in the ass about Asmongold was he tried to play the game and he couldn't get out from around the first right-hand turn without getting fucked with. That's what hurt him. The Asmobald character, he laughed about it. He thought it was funny. He wasn't. I mean, Asmongold's a big boy. He's got a big boy sense of humor. He's not fucking petty. He didn't fucking care. He thought. I mean, I watched his reaction. He thought it was funny. And it was funny as fuck. The problem is, and here's where the follow-up is. Steven put all his eggs in the Asmongold basket when Asmongold became a fan of the game. Then Asmongold became not a fan of the game, and now the question is, now what the fuck do you do? Because now the guy that you put the eggs in the basket, now he's not sure he's going to play your game. There's where the danger comes in. Because now, who do you go to? Now who's next? That happened in Mortal Online 2. Summoning Cake Clean got ganked right out of the newbie zone. They immediately switched to another game. Right. Therein lies the problem. That negative experience you're gonna have to bring a receipt on exactly which thing you're talking about. If you're talking about the PvP thing, yes, that is the absolute the problem. And this is where Um, remember I said the id, ego, super ego combination. I don't think a game like Intrepid Studios can be successful because I don't think Steven Sharif can be the coach from Remember the Titans and say, Herman, Coach Boone is kicking my ass. I don't think Steven has it in his psychological profile, since he decided to say during the Chibi Bree Vertec thing yesterday, he wants to go psychological profiles. Okay, we can fucking go there. Your fucking degree is in philosophy. My background's in psychology. You want to take backhanded shots at people? No problem. We can fucking play this game. I don't want to. I just want to build my once human base. But if we're going to do that shit, your creation is not you. You are not your creation. To say a dog shit product is dog shit isn't an insult to you. It's an insult to the dog shit product. If you can't separate out that you are not a dog shit person, but your product is a dog shit product, then you're never going to be successful. Because you have to be able to look at something objectively and say, this dog don't hunt. This doesn't work. This doesn't work. This doesn't work. How do I make this work? Like, I agree with you on that. Asmongold stopped playing Final Fantasy XIV. He seemed to really, in my opinion, this is just my opinion, he seemed to really be enjoying Final Fantasy XIV. As a Final Fantasy XIV player at that time, I was really happy he was enjoying the game. As a Final Fantasy XIV player, I was happy that he put his content about Final Fantasy XIV out, and very quickly thereafter, we saw almost 1 million player jump. And some people are going to argue, well, that 1 million player jump would have happened naturally, and I'm going to say, well, if that 1 million player jump was going to happen naturally, why the fuck hadn't it happened prior to that point? To be very, very pointed and very, very specific, there had been years of opportunities for a natural 1 million player hike to happen, and it never did. And then he played the game and we got 1 million player hike. And then there were Final Fantasy XIV players that were being assholes and were harassing him, and he quit. Well, congratulations. Way to be part of the fucking problem instead of being part of the solution. Yeah, he couldn't walk around without getting fucked with by players. And the worst that they could do to him in Final Fantasy was just get in his way and stand on NPCs and shit. In Ashes, when he tried to play, they killed his ass. That was what? Over a year ago? Intrepid spent a year iterating. And I don't think Steven can handle negative feedback. So when he can't handle negative feedback, if I were to design a psychological profile of him, what I would say is, because he can't handle negative feedback, what he does is he creates reasons and rationales and justifications for why he should just dismiss that feedback. Are they going to have PvE servers? No, you can't have PvE servers in a game like Ashes of Creation. I mean, you could, but then you cannot simultaneously say every one of our systems is meaningful and at the same time say we're going to have PvE servers. For example, they've gone to an idea that they have lawless zones that become PvP zones. Well, that was the whole point of corruption. I mean, we could have had Steven listen to our feedback, good or bad, but I had other plans for $2,500. Would it be fair to say that one of the cognitive distortions that Steven has is No, it wouldn't, because I would never go so far as to diagnose or present a diagnosis of an individual when I'm not their provider. And because I would not want to open myself up to a litigious person, I would not say that would be fair. I would say it's more likely rather than less likely that that is possible. But I would never project. I would never go that route. Linking node control to competitive PvE sounds interesting. It's supposed to be for one of the 4 node types. If everybody remembers, PvE content is supposed to get you control of divine nodes. PvP is military. Your economic acumen is the economic nodes, and the popular vote is the scientific nodes. That was... That on paper was actually a really good idea. On paper, the way that they designed the original node system was really, really good. Unfortunately, what Magnus just said is that PvP players I was talking to told me that it's flip-flop because he's been listening to people too much. You cannot design a good game by committee. You simply can't. You can't design a good game by committee because you have to be willing and able to say, I understand why you would want it that way, but you can't have it that way. Because the way you want it doesn't a good game make. And unfortunately, if you're not willing to say no, and again, when did they completely restart development? The Steven that I remember from 2017, 2018 was in the middle of telling us about a system, and as he got to the end of the discussion, because it was clear that he had never talked to people outside of his developers, and out of respect for the confidentiality of the conversation, I won't tell you what system, but there was a group of us in a conversation with him, and he was like, and this system is going to do this, and this system is going to do this, and this system. He's like, you know what, guys? Just go ahead and forget about all of that, because now that I get through the end of it, that system's not ready to be talked about. And guess what that was? That was fucking brilliant. Because you need to talk to a lot of people about a topic before you know if that topic is ready to be talked about. I'm not trying to be a jerk. I'm not trying to be a dickhead. I'm simply telling you the facts. You need to talk to a lot of people about a setup. Because some people are going to tell you, you're going to have people that are going to tell you everything you do is great. Look, man, I don't want those people in my life. I don't need people to tell me how great shit is. Right? My mom was that person. My mom was that person. My mom was the, oh, you played so well today. Thanks. Ride home, get home, shower, change, go to the table, sit down with my dad. Hey, what the fuck happened in the 3rd inning? Why was I so off? Huh? Why does my fucking arm feel like it's got concrete injected into it? 'Cause you pitch like shit? That's what you need to hear. Why is your arm hurt? Yeah, why is my arm hurt? Because you threw 74 pitches. You usually finish out most of your games pitching in the low 60s. That's why your arm hurts. Why don't you pay a fucking attention next time? Oh shit. Well, there you go. That's what you need. And too many people are like, if a game comes out and it's dog shit, and people say anything about it other than it's dog shit, what I want to remind you is you're setting that developer up for failure. You're not helping that developer. A lot of people that were massive, positive Ashes of Creation creators are now on the, oh, he's gone. He's in his, what do they call it now? He's in his Jalan arc, or he's in his Narc arc. Which I think is fucking ridiculous as well, but whatever. People are childish. This creator has gone negative. Richie has suddenly gone negative. Gone negative? That man has been giving you good quality feedback for 3 fucking years, and you didn't pay attention to a goddamn word he said. Why is somebody going to continue to be patient and kind and give feedback in a loving manner if all you're going to do is release garbage and then make excuses? If you think... So during your extra stream, I got several DMs from people about you, and one of them was, Jalan needs to employ the compliment sandwich if he wants people to listen to him. Fuck no. I'm not going to use the compliment sandwich because I fucking did it for years. And the only thing that did was made Steven fat on bread. I did that shit for years. I know that technique. It's a good technique. It is a great technique if the person eats the whole sandwich. But when you're trying to give someone pointed feedback, and all they do is take the 2 pieces of bread and they leave the fucking the negative feedback, they leave the fucking meat on the table, then fuck them. Then honestly, fuck them. If I have to fluff you in order to get my point across, it's going to be a waste of my time. Right. You know who you give the compliment sandwich to? There is a specific type of person you give the compliment sandwich to. They're called your fucking boss. Your boss is who you give the compliment sandwich to. Because it's your boss that you're trying to hug them and kiss them and whisper in their ear, and you're trying to get them to agree to a new course of action. You're not my fucking boss. And from what I've seen, I wouldn't want to fucking work for you. And that's fine. You wouldn't want me to work for you. Because if you think you think I'm going to be like, oh yeah, everything's great. And I'm going to say, you're a fucking idiot. Why did you do this? I don't think that you could have any level of success that way. I had lots of success that way. Because people learned to trust me. Because I didn't bullshit them. Hey, this is a really bad fucking idea. I just want you to know before we go down this route, this is a really, really, really bad fucking idea. What makes you say that? All these things make me say that. This is a really bad fucking idea. Everyone, I'm gonna need you to like come in and do some off the clock time on Saturday. No, fuck no, man. I fucking told you that was a bad idea. You can slurp my hole. I'm not coming in on Saturday on my own time. You need me to come clean up your problem? You fucking pay me overtime. Sorry. It's on the road to be just another month to 2 month MMO again. Dude, Magnus. Trust me when I say this. If the game launches, and that's a big fucking if. Let me back that up. If the game launches and it's not a bullshit launch to launch, just shed liability launch, the game will last for more than a year. Because you already have, let's call it 200,000 players or more that have 3 months of access. And let's call it 160,000 people have 6 months of access. And then you have 100,000 people that have 9 to 11 months access. And then you have 15,000 people that have at least 12 months access. And then you have approximately, without the numbers changing. But right, there's not, in defense of Intrepid, there's not supposed to be an end game yet because they only have the shit up to level 25. In defense of them, there's not an end game yet because they're not supposed to be an end game. With that said, Intrepid has shown nothing but vertical slices And they haven't even shown true vertical slices. They don't have core gameplay loops. Yes. The problem is all the people who hate me, all the people who hate Karthos, all the people who hate BCG, what they don't understand is you're going to get the game you wanted. You're not going to want the game you get. People are operating under this assumption that the people that are the loudest critics want the game to fail. We don't want the game to fail. The difference is, if Steven was listening to a core group of people that fucking hate his guts, but are men and women enough to say, I hate your fucking guts, here's the honest feedback for you. It takes a certain kind of person to accept the, I hate your fucking guts, here's what's wrong with your shit. Because when you get that, your pride has to look at that list and say, well, I think this system is good. I think this system is good. I think this system is good. Josh, the developer on Eternal Tombs, he thought his combat idea was good. 5 content creators literally said, what the fuck is this dog shit? Because it wasn't being mean, and it wasn't being caustic, and it wasn't being toxic, and it wasn't spewing vitriol, because you have good, you have bad, you have 50 feet of crap, and then you have whatever the fuck that Eternal Tombs combat was. So you have whatever your best is. I'm not gonna quantify a best. You have whatever your best is, and then you have Final Fantasy 14 with a 2.5 second global cooldown. Then you have 50 feet of crap under that. And then you had Eternal Tombs combat. That should let you know how fucking bad the first pass is. What am I gonna say? Oh, well, I'm really proud of you for what you've managed to lay out. I'm really proud of you for the early steps you've taken. You're not my fucking toddler. Yay, you took 2 stops. Yay! No, I'm gonna tell you. Good Final Fantasy, 50 feet of crap, your shit. What'd the developer do? Cry? No, the developer said, wow, that's some pointed feedback. And the guy thanked me for it. What did he do? Within 2 weeks, came out with a fucking, and shit, not even 2 weeks, like 2 fucking days. Let me be honest about Eternal. 2 fucking days. They came out with a new combat system that took them out from the 50 feet of crap and put them just above Final Fantasy. When we got this, then my feedback was, this is a huge improvement, but you got a long way to go if you want to get to best combat I've ever seen. And there's nothing wrong with that either. But the people that are fucking, like, dude, if you're giving him a reach around and jerking him off, then don't complain when there's a mess on your keyboard. Look, that shit's bad. The economy is fucking bad. I was watching Steven fumblefuck through the explanation of, first of all, I'm gonna say this. I haven't exactly run into the spot where he talked about expansion packs, but let me just say this, because I've been told they're there. If Steven Sharif is still having conversations about post-launch Ashes, then he's fucking delusional. Because you're in your game might not ever launch phase, and you're still, like, you're the fucking dog at the table. This is fine. If you really are in your mind of minds having a conversation in your head about post-launch, you're fucking delusional. You need to be in, oh fuck, Data has just told everybody to abandon ship. We need to run our fucking ass to the bridge and see what we can save. He ruined the idea of being a weapon crafter. No, because yesterday during the thing I heard, well, you're gonna have these sets. First of all, can we all agree? Can we all fucking agree? If you can go from level 1 to level 25 in 2 days, then no fucking gear below 25 has any fucking value. And who fucking cares? Do it the Final Fantasy way. In Jalan's world, in my world, in my fucking world, if your cap is level 50, you should have months before you even hit level 20. Your gameplay loop should be designed in such a way. It's true, but if they drop now, they will drop later. No, yes, I understand your frustration. The economy, a good economy system for an MMORPG can't be broken down in a really simple conversation, but I'll try. Steven's idea that, well, you're going to have a 7-piece set, and one piece of it's going to come from crafting, and one piece is going to come from a quest reward, and one piece is going to come from a mob drop. No, it's not. No, the fuck it's not. Let's stop the bullshit. No, it's not. Because I'm not running around the whole fucking world in creation for a gear set prior to level 20, 25, if I'm going to out-level the gear in 10 minutes. Even in ArcAge, my spouse used to laugh because I made a fuck ton of characters in ArcAge for leveling them for reasons. My wife would be like, are you in fucking level 7 gear still? Yep. Why? Because there's no reason not to be. So you become a crafter, craft one piece out of a set. That's some kind of crazy. Right. We have got to just accept the fact. Right? And I'm gonna say this. If you're gonna be here, and here, if this is 2 days, and anybody who hates me, get your fucking popcorn and buckle up, because Kansas is going bye-bye. If you think it's good fucking game design for a game like Ashes of Creation to be here in 2 days, what's wrong with you? Because this, what was the number? 45 days at 4 to 6 hours a day? Bullshit. If I can be here in 2 days, how the fuck is it going to take 45 days to get there? Unless you actually have a fucking thought in your head and you're going to get people to 25 and level 1 to 25 XP is the same amount of XP for 25 to 26. Then I'd say, now you're cooking. Now I'd say, let me load up my guns because you might have a fucking idea. We're going to get you to level 25 in 2 days. Still think it's too fast. It's way too fast. But if this is the idea you're going with, and now it's going to take you 9 months to go from 25 to 50, that's a great fucking idea. That's amazing. That's amazing. Because then, yes, now if I'm going to be at level 25 to 30 for a month, you bet your ass I'm going to go find Magnus to have him craft me that belt. And I'm going to grab 6 people. And we're going to go fucking run that dungeon. Right? I could see it. No, it's not even that. You don't even have to get that fucking complicated. All you have to do is say, you're trying to use a $5 fucking solution for a 5-cent problem. What pisses me off, though, is Intrepid has been so fixated on developing the next thing for Alpha 2, Alpha 2 Phase 2, Alpha 2 Phase 3, Alpha 2 Phase 97, where the fuck is our lost economy? Alpha 2 Red Omega Black, fuck, we forgot to hire a lead economic designer. So now we're rolling the economy into the fucking system department when the system department had to cut the node system, settlement system, by 29.4% because they couldn't deliver it. You have an Alpha 2 Phase 3 where the fucking settlement XP system doesn't work. You have an Alpha 2 Phase 3 system where the nodes are losing XP and the community manager doesn't know why, and they're supposed to lose XP every day because that's the fucking atrophy system you talked about years ago. It's in the game design document. If you actually have one. People are like, Jalan's an asshole. Yes, I am. I am an asshole. But you should be on my side. You want the game. If you notice, I don't try to advance my agenda other than the only agenda I have ever pushed in Ashes of Creation is that Your team doesn't have the skill set to make buttery smooth action combat, so start with a tab-centric combat system and then expand it like other MMOs have done and do quasi-action through frontal cones, AoEs, ground drop reticles, AoEs off of the ground drop reticle, AoE off of the player, and then, very much like ArcheAge did, when you have a complete functional combat system and it's in the box and it's ready to deliver and the rest of the fucking teams are still developing, be like, hey boss, we have the entire combat system done. Oh, really? Can you guys go in and can you guys start working on, don't touch it. Don't touch, it's sensitive, don't touch it. Make a copy of it. Go set up a side environment. Don't touch the original, but see what you can do about making some things more action, like ArcheAge. Original trees, original 120 class combinations, all tab, except Snipe. Snipe became an action-esque ability. They must still be a long way from launch. 1 year, Pirate Software said it. He used to work for Blizzard and so did his dad. And that is where, what did I say years ago that got me labeled as a dissenter? Manage expectations? Why can't they give us ArcheAge but better? Because ironically, most of the people whining about the combat are then people that come in and tell me I was shit at ArcheAge, which is comical to me because it took like 15 of them to kill me. There's something to be said about your group when I can play a video where I'm getting fucking gangbanged and I still manage to get kills as a cleric. If I'm so shit at the game, but I'm still killing you, what the fuck does that make your guildmates? Like, Jalon is shit. Fuck, he killed 2 of us. You're less than shit? I don't know, man. The problem is Ashes was never going to be about the combat. It was never going to be about the combat. It was going to be about the node system, the settlement system. The settlement system was such an amazing cornerstone. You should have just built the whole fucking game around that. But it doesn't work. They don't have classes in the game at all. They have the primary archetypes and only have 7 of the 8. Right. It was going to have a great economy node system idea, but now I have no idea. Here's the thing. I would sit down with Steven, not at his studio because he would lose all fucking faith and credibility with his staff. I would sit down with Steven under an NDA. If he brought a copy of whatever fucking systems he had, I would give him an honest to God evaluation of the direction they're going. But it would be worthless because I believe he's the problem. I believe he is the problem. You want something. Wanting it is great. But not having any earthly idea how to... Wait, hold on. Where's the... I have a video
just happened in Poland?
Specifically for this. I have a video specifically for this situation. Because I think it's important that when you have somebody that has an idea, you got to make sure oh no, I don't have it. What the fuck? I lost it. You got to have an idea. You can't come in and say, I have no earthly idea. You've got to be able to say, I have this idea and this is how I think it's going to work. But in year 9 of development, you can't be at the point where you don't have any earthly idea. Here's a good one. This is where Intrepid is right now. right?
Interest. Are you interested? I know you are, because it's fuck or walk. You close or you hit the bricks.
Intrepid is at the point right now where, no, I wouldn't even do a JDI with it. I would not even do a JDI initiative. Just do it. I wouldn't even bother. And the reason why I wouldn't bother, it'd be a waste of my fucking time. Because you can't see all the writing on the wall.
Before beta, yes, the game will be feature complete before beta. That is something that is necessary. Beta really is intended to identify last minute bugs, to kind of make sure that everything is ready for launch. And it's important that all features are complete by beta 1. Yes.
It's important that all features are complete by beta 1. No, it's not. It's important that all features are complete in alpha and you spend time in alpha going over them. Because if you don't go over them in alpha and you move into beta, when your team moves into beta, they change mindsets. You don't move into beta until you've actually properly tested in alpha.
I see all the alpha. Yeah, I see all the alpha 2 wins. Trust us. When we are ready to tell you, we will tell you. We made a commitment several years ago, not to mention dates until we are as close to certain as we can be with those dates actually being hit, and we want to make it that way. Also, we don't want to be rushed in this process. We are a quality first game studio, not a dates first game studio. And what that means is we will take the time that's necessary to ensure the product is ready for those release cadences. And Alpha 2 is a big one. And we need to make sure that Alpha 2 hits all the marks we want it to hit, both from an internal testing perspective, but is also representative of the promises we've made to the community. And as a result of that, we are going to continue working on the product until we feel it is ready. And when we do, that's when you guys will hear it.
So I want to remind you then, Steven thought the economy was ready. And 3 days later, they completely reversed it. Steven thought the settlement system was ready. And it still doesn't work. So don't talk to me about being a quality-driven company when you're releasing things like... And I don't want to say that they know don't work, but how the hell did it work in internal QA and then stop working on a live server?
Arrogance and stupidity all in the same package. How efficient of you.
I do love my efficient companies. I can't find the one I fucking want though. What is it? Piss me off. Lose shit. But every company is going to have problems. Every company is going to have issues. The trick is you need to not be pushing forward with crap. You need to look at what you have, and then you need to say, is this ready? Is this ready? Yes or no? This is ready. Let's test this. Intrepid is so terrified that if they, like, this is my outside opinion. Intrepid is so terrified that if they stop talking for 1 minute, somebody else will fill the space. Intrepid is so terrified that if they stop doing a monthly live stream, if they stop sending out a daily tweet at 8 o'clock in the morning, which I don't think they understand the opposite edge of Steven always says he understood the double-edged sword of transparent development. They send out a tweet every single morning at 8 a.m. because they use an automatic social media manager. And there's nothing wrong with using an automatic social media manager. There's nothing wrong with that. I am not saying there's anything wrong with that. What I'm saying is, instead of speaking when you have something to say, you're speaking every day. And when you start to speak every single day, the value of your words goes down. If you only spoke when it was important, people would respect you more. Because you would get a notice, you'd get a tweet, you'd get a posting, and you'd be like, oh shit, that's cool. Be like, oh fuck. That's interesting. Let me go take a look. You build up for your monthly live stream, which you shouldn't even be doing a monthly live stream anymore, because you're creating things to show. I have their Twitter account blocked and reported it for spam. Well, that's childish. They send out a tweet at the same time every day. There's nothing wrong with that. Twitter allows it. Twitter allows you to schedule. If they didn't want people to schedule, they wouldn't allow it. I'm looking for that other one. I don't think I have it. And I don't know why. It's going to bother me. I should have it. The fuck did it go? Where'd the other folder go? Oh, well, shit walked off. What the hell is that? Oh, it's have. Where the fuck are you? You're in memes. What the fuck? Why won't you let me load it? Oh. So this is what I'm talking about. Like, when you have an idea, when you talk about something, you talk about a node or a settlement system, you talk about a class system. This is how people respond when you can't, tell them how.
Have an idea. Don't come in here with half a thing and not be able to, after you've walked me to the brink and say, we've got to do this, it's important, though I have no earthly idea how? Like one of those guys who buys a big new thing, but doesn't really know how to get the most out of it?
Like, that's what I've always said about Intrepid. You have an idea, so make it. Like, you spent so much time worried about, like, remember when it was Unreal Engine 5 and the 12-to-1 draw call? We're going to reduce lag. We're going to reduce lag due with this 12-to-1 draw call. Okay, that sounds plausible. Instead of having your graphics card have to assemble a player out of, boots, legs, belt, chest, arms, gloves, neck, head. That's 8. I'm 8 out of 12. It's a 75%. C's get degrees. You're going to basically say you're going to be one model instead of a component of 12 assets. That's good. That's a good solution. But that's going to handle how my graphics card handles visual lag. How is that going to solve the problem of server lag? And then it's fucking crickets. It's like, that's a great 10-word answer, and I'm proud of you for that 10-word answer. Everybody jumps up and down and they're like, oh, the dynamic gridding, the dynamic gridding, the dynamic gridding. Do you understand what dynamic gridding is? Because you seem, and I'm not trying to be a dickhead, but it seems like a lot of people are screaming about dynamic gridding, dynamic gridding, dynamic gridding, and they don't have the first fucking idea about what dynamic gridding will actually do for them and what dynamic gridding won't do for them. Dynamic gridding just creates another functional grid. Dynamic gridding, if a grid can handle, and I'm going to say 3 million, and then I'll leave it to there. And dynamic gritty at the nightclub and the ladies love it. Yeah. The dynamic gridding is great. Okay. It's great. But in a fantasy-based game, it's a completely unneeded solution other than for caravans. The idea of dynamic gridding works really well for caravans. Up until the point where you have to ask yourself, are we going to have scenarios where we have more than the number of actors which will saturate our 3 million action per minute processing capability? Now, if Intrepid comes out and says, well, you know, based on this pixie dust, good intentions, and shit in our left hand, we can process 4 million actions per minute. And I said, I'll say, okay, if you can do that, then that you take 4 million actions per minute. And how many players does that allow you to put on the grid? But not just players, though. How many actors does it allow you to put on the grid? Because remember, battle pets, they count. Summons, they count. I'm not saying that Intrepid hasn't done back-end solutions that increase the number of actions they can do on a grid per minute above the Unreal Engine 5 standard. What I am saying, though, is when people keep screaming at me about, well, their dynamic gridding solution. Okay. What the fuck about it? What you're screaming about doesn't fix the problem. You take a grid that has 300 people on it and you divide it into 2 grids. Now you have 150 on each grid. It doesn't solve the problem if the grids now have to communicate with each other and you have people fighting on the grid lines. It doesn't solve your problem. You haven't divided the players into 2 objectives. You've divided the grid. Now, if you can divide the grid away from in the middle of the one node, you divide a grid, you have a grid spawn, you have a boxing ring appear, and people can fight in it because you've offloaded all the badgers and scale runners and the node NPCs and the 700 goblins in the starter area. You've offloaded all of that shit. You pop up a dynamic grid here, and you can keep the player count below the dynamic grid's cap. You have a solution. If you can't do that, you haven't solved anything. You've changed sad to depressed. You've done a happy to glad solution. That's all you've managed to do. It doesn't solve your problem. And that's when I've gone through, and Intrepid is more than welcome to clip that. And shit, man, they can fucking spit fire like a dragon. They can clip that and they can respond to it. They don't ever have to fucking talk to me directly. Just take the shit that I bring up and address it. Hey, we've heard, you don't even have to mention me by name. We've heard concerns about dynamic gridding. Here's the next 10 words. Here's the 10 after that. Here's how it works. Here's how it's going to function. But your player base doesn't thoroughly understand how it's going to work. Because I don't think you do either. Because every other game developer that I talk to says, and when I say every other, there's a lot of game developers in my community. Every other game developer I talk to says, it's not going to fix the problems the way they think it's going to fix the problems. Because that's not what it's designed to do. It's designed for like a caravan scenario. Oh, dynamic gridding is going to allow Intrepid to have 1,000 versus 1,000 node fights. Okay, whereas there's a whole shit ton of fucking game developers would like to hear the explanation for that, because it's absolutely not going. Dynamic gridding does not increase the capability. I'm sorry. Dynamic gridding doesn't increase the capacity of a single grid. All it does is allow you on the fly to divide a grid into 2 grids, but unless you move the people off of the grid lines, you're still cooked. So that's maybe one of the other content creators who's, well, nobody else would because they'd know the question comes from me. I'd love to see, though, Intrepid answer that question. It's great that you're developing this dynamic gridding solution. What problems does it solve for you? How is dynamic gridding going to fix these problems? Because I don't think it's going to fix any problems. I can see it fixing caravans. That actually makes me wonder how a Beowulf cluster would work on server meshing and dynamic gridding. Present the player and then farmed out solutions to serve. You might actually be able to produce a large number of APMs without any server lag. Well, no, you'd still have server lag. Because remember, if the grid you are on isn't doing all of the computation and you start offloading computations to any other support, you've replaced one type of problem with another type of problem. This is where we get into the question of, it's great that Intrepid talks about dynamic gridding, but how have they solved the problem of player A is on grid A, fires a fireball at player 17 on grid B? How have they, first of all, solved that the server is going to have to talk back and forth, or it's going to have an optimized data transfer system and protocols for that? Either server A has to do a damage profile with enough data in it that server B can look at player 17 and say, all right, you're supposed to take 400 points of fire damage. Now, I know you have fire resist, so now I have to do another action. Because remember, what we're talking about is having a finite set of marbles in a jar. And every time the server has to ask a question or answer a question or give permission or render a new position, one marble goes out. And every minute the server dumps out, and this is the interesting part. Every minute the server dumps out however many marbles are left in its jar, and it gets a new complement of marbles. Now, yes, I understand the idea that that's not actually true. Every minute you would be giving the server 1/60th. I'm sorry, every second you would be giving the server 1/60th of its total computational power back. As you flush out unneeded things, and I don't dispute that because it's true. But the server can only compute so many things. Well, if it has to ask grid B for information, that's one of the 3 million things it can do in this minute. But it's actually two. Because if it asks grid B for player 17's profile, then it has to calculate the damage and it has to send it back. But the slaves run like 10 computations, setting 6 out of the gateway. Right, but it doesn't change the fact that you have to send the data over. You have to send the data over and bring the data back. And you have to get that data in a real-time manner because there's the handoff time. It doesn't really solve the problem if the delay, because now grid A wastes an action to send shit to be processed to slave 1. Slave 1 processes it and sends it back. But now there's one handoff, one process, one handoff, back to the client. Yeah, you're increasing the ability of the grid, but you've created a delay. How large is that delay? Well, interestingly enough, other games have the ability to process more than 3 million actions in a minute. And again, I say 3 million because to the best of what people have been able to dumb down for my understanding, you can coax about 3 million actions a minute out of an Unreal Engine 5 grid. Now, I will concede the point that maybe their whiz-bang team of developers can do more than that. I'm not saying they can't. I'm saying the developers who have talked to me can't. And you'll notice I'm in no way, shape, or form holding Intrepid to a 3 million number. I don't know what their number is. I simply don't. But dynamic gridding doesn't, unless they're able to explain how dynamic gridding is going to solve the cross-grid problem, then what they have is they have a really nice hammer that drives in nails as effectively as the bottom of my boot. I'm glad you have a $12,000 hammer, Department of Defense. But does it put in nails? Yeah. Does it do anything else? No. Well, then you should have run your ass down to Walmart and bought a hammer. You know what I'm saying? It's like, if you're not getting more out of it, then what's the point? And that's the problem that makes me the enemy to the community, because I want more than fucking smoke blown up my ass. And truth is, I didn't even want that. I wanted to do my one stream. I wanted to fuck off. And then somebody came in and they gave me information that my integrity required me to do a video on. And I did that video and I was gonna fuck off. And then Steven wants to take a shot at me saying I'm masquerading the truth. Well, that shit ain't gonna fly. You're talking about computational time. Computational time is irrelevant. That's irrelevant. Time in this, you're trying to solve a problem that's not the problem. You're not even looking at the problem. The problem is you're still using, if I can resolve the action myself and use one action to resolve the action, your solution is using two actions to solve what the main grid can do in one. Because you're not accounting for the handoff is an action. Hey, process this for me. The receipt of it is an action. You're using two actions to get one result. And if you're trying to say, well, you could bundle more information and send it. 1 + 1 is 2, + 1 is 3, + 1 is 4. No, I'm not confused. Just so we're fucking clear on this one, I'm not confused. Everything Grid A does uses a marble. If I send it, that's an action. If I receive it, that's an action. There's no confusion. And if you're going to say, well, it's this, you're wrong. Because multiple game devs have already said every single thing the grid does uses one of those 3 million actions. You're like, well, we can bundle over things. No, we can't. Because remember, Grid A has to bundle it. I'm going to bundle 1 + 1 + 1, that's 3, and send it as 4, and receive it as 5. I could have just as easily resolved 1, resolved 2, resolved 3. Now 3 is 3, 3 isn't 5. Remember, that's the limitation of the grid. Everything it does is one action out of 3 million. The player moves. Now, the player moving isn't 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The player moves is 1. If it can move to there in one action, that's one action. That's where, until somebody at Intrepid says, the way we're leveraging dynamic gridding is, because what they're doing is they're saying we're going to split the grid into 150 versus 150 that allows us to have a 300-person fight. That's cool. Grid A has to talk to Grid B, which has to talk to Grid A. The player moves back and forth. The servers are now talking to each other using actions instead of the server just resolving it. That's where EVE Online in the tie-dye is the solution, because they slow down how many actions you can send to the server, so the server doesn't actually double its capacity. It creates a facsimile of double the capacity because it halves the inputs. That's why people have said tie-dye sucks. No, there are computations a computer does that's a single action. I'm going to stop you right there. There absolutely are. So I'm going to stop you here because your first line is wrong. So I'm not going to entertain you any further. And if you want to know my qualifications on that, I've had a conversation with family members who are computer programmers. I don't get into conversations in public when I haven't had people write my cue cards. So I played Once Human a ton during beta. How is it nowadays? Oh, Once Human now compared to beta depends on which beta you were in. One of the big things out of beta that they changed that I don't like is we can't roll single mod lines anymore. We can't roll individual mods. The game overall is better. We now have Manibus, Way of Winter, and Endless Dream as PvE scenarios. We have Prime vs. Clash, Evolution's Call as PvP scenarios. And they also have a entire raid zone scenario that you load differently. They're trying to make raid zone like Rust DayZ. No, there is zero pay to win. There is absolutely zero pay to win. There's been a couple of times where they've inadvertently done something, and I accept their explanation. And they've compensated the community when they've accidentally done something that even has the smallest hint of pay to win. The thing that they did was they did an event where we opened up these paintings, and if you had bought other cosmetics off of the cash shop, you could open other paintings, and people were like, wait a minute, I don't want to buy that cosmetic, but the only way to get this is by buying that cosmetic. And they were like, you're absolutely right. I think they threw us 4 bags. Now, granted, the people who had bought it got their 2, and then they got 4 more. So it was all level. And then after that, I don't think they've had that mistake since. Yeah, zero pay to win. And just talking to them on the content creator Discord, they have been continuously reiterating that no pay to win is a standard of theirs. They want to make sure that they never introduce pay to win. I mean, Faye, I'm going to tell you, you can now argue with yourself into oblivion, but I'm going to trust the people that I share blood with. Sorry. So you feel free to argue with yourself in oblivion. Just so I always like people to know where they stand with me. You can scream into the void for all you want, for all you care. I'm not going to continue the discussion with you because the first thing you said, ask my people. I have asked my people. I cut and paste a lot of the shit you say. Just so you know, a lot of the things you say, I cut and paste. And the majority of my people tell me to just ignore you completely. So, I'm letting you know your very first line was wrong. You're out of your depth, and I'm not going to take your word over numerous other game developers who wrote my cue cards for me. So, I'm sorry. I'm sorry if you don't like someone holding a mirror up to you. Numerous other game developers wrote I would never publicly talk about game development and dynamic gridding if I didn't get prepped by people who do the shit for a living. You don't design games for a living. I have game developers in this community. I think you need to recognize that you're the jack of all trades, but a master of none. And you're trying to debate cue cards written for me by people who work with the engine every day. I'm not interested in that. And that's about as polite as I'm gonna be on the matter. I think you need to go back and really dig in, because you literally said there aren't any computations in a computer that is a single action, which is wrong. And I'm gonna let you go back through and think real hard about that. But at this point, I'm done entertaining you. I hope that puts into perspective where I rank your opinion. Because you do this often, and I don't give a shit. With that said, I'm interested to hear from Intrepid how dynamic gridding is going to solve the problems they have. What's the level cap? The level cap is currently 50. Oh, and since you played in beta, we no longer have the mandatory seasonal reset. That just happened on the 11th. I don't play Ashes anymore. I streamed Ashes one time. I was a long time Ashes of Creation content creator. I walked away from the project because I lost faith in the project. I streamed it 2 weeks ago, and it is not in an Alpha 2. I don't even think it's fair that they're calling what they have Alpha 2. To be straight up and forthright, I don't think what they have qualifies as an Alpha 2. I think what they have barely qualifies. Again, Faye, go back and watch what I said. And I didn't say it can solve an entire algorithm in a single action. It's not what I said. And I was talking about an Unreal Engine 5 grid. So now you're showing how fucking ignorant you are, because you're arguing about a point I never said. I'm done with this conversation with you. I'm done. And why the fuck would I ask Rail? Rail's not a fucking computer programmer. My only worry about Ashes is I'm worried allowing everyone to play for years before release, it's going to cause them to burn out by the time the game is actually released. That's a very good point. But here's why they need people to be testing it. And here's the big problem. They delayed out. First of all, they created Alpha 2 Phase 3, which I don't want to be snarky about this, but I'm going to be a little snarky. First, it was going to be Alpha 1 and Alpha 2. Then it was phases. Then it was Phase 1, Phase 2. Now we have a Phase 3, which have as many alpha phases as you need. But I'm hearing from people, and I don't give a shit about Ashes. I give a shit about talking about the problems. Or I give a shit about somebody pinging me when Steven apologizes, and then I'll fuck right off. Because I don't give a shit. I don't think the game is ever gonna fucking launch. It's okay if you're gonna say Alpha 2 is gonna last a year. And it's okay if you turn around and you say, we've got problems. But you sold 100,000 or more Alpha 2 keys. You sold 100,000 or more Alpha 2 keys. According to you, not according to me. According to you guys, that's how many you sold, which I think is a monumental achievement. But you only have server space for 12,000. I also would ask the question, why would you specifically increase the number of players? Because I'm a big data guy. I love data. I love data. I loved analyzing data. Where I lost the narrative with Intrepid is when they started bullshitting. And here's what I call bullshit. You said that you're going to have 8,000 to 12,000 people I'm going to use the word realm. They said server, but I want to make sure we use the word realm so we're not confusing hardware with world. So you were going to have 8,000 to 10,000. 8,000 to 10,000 concurrent players on a realm. But you drop down to only having 2 realms. And if I recall correctly, and this is out of my back pocket, you increase these realms to have 6,000 players per realm. Well, that only gives you a total of 12,000 testing slots out of 100,000 or more testers. So your player retention concurrent is only 12%. Now, in the 2 times I've played, I have not run into 6,000 players, which is understandable because I've done 2 run-throughs of the low levels. But you have, being generous, being very generous, 18% of the world done. I'm being generous. So if you have 18% of the world done, then at 8,000 players, you've jammed up to 6,000 players into an area designed for 1,440. Now, I understand that because you're using Unreal Engine, you need to test grids in grid stress. But how do you know if your content density is properly tuned if you have people just willy-nilly shoved in? It's not a matter of... Gone are the days that we care about the total concurrent connections to a server. Because you're not limited by that anymore. What kind of data are you getting that you're making? Because remember, they're a data-driven decision company now. What kind of data are you getting if you don't gather good data? You're getting Gigo. You're getting garbage in, garbage out. How do you make data-driven decisions if you're not actually being legitimate and authentic with how you're gathering the data? You're making decisions based, like, the drop rate is wrong. Well, the drop rate could be wrong because the total number of mobs being killed per hour in an area is 5 times higher than you intended because you don't have the ability for players to spread out. If you have a 2% drop rate, and yes, I understand the way drop rates work. All probability is 50-50. It either happens or it doesn't, unless you're doing things that specifically cap, like a vending, like a slot machine used to. You can't do it anymore. A slot machine had a little dial inside of it that capped the maximum payout. If you set the drop rate at 2%, the server should tell the loot table, you've dropped one, you have to let this many die before you can drop another one. Well, not necessarily. I get that. But if you're going to say that we're trying to control the introduction of items into the economy, well, if there's only supposed to be 200 mobs killed in an hour, and you have 6 times the number of people, and you're killing 1,200 mobs in an hour, what's that going to do with the introduction of items to the economy? It's going to increase it by a factor of 6. So how do you know if your economy is actually working if you're not testing it under practice how you play? And this is where I say to people, I'm not trying to be a dickhead to Intrepid, but you guys are telling them how everything is great and everything is wonderful and everything is perfect. How the fuck would they know? How would they know at this junction that they have problems when nobody is willing to tell them, hey man, you have problems? They wouldn't know. They think everything is going along swimmingly because they get 12,000 out of 100,000 people telling them how much they love the game. If you want a good game, you have to give the hard truths. If you want a good game, you have to give the uncomfortable feedback. But if you want to build a good game, you have to be willing to accept that uncomfortable feedback. And that's the piece I don't think Intrepid can do very well. It hurts my soul because I want Ashes to launch. I have the greatest motivation ever for wanting Ashes to launch. If it launches, I make a fuck ton of money. If there's not a better motivation for me wanting Ashes to launch, I don't know what is. Like, quite literally, if Ashes launches, they owe me a fuck ton of money. Thank you. It's not amazing yet. It's getting there. Now that we're on permanent servers, I'm rebuilding. But I make a fuck ton of money if Ashes launches. They should hire me. No, they shouldn't. They shouldn't hire me. They absolutely shouldn't hire me. Because I don't suffer fools. They have permanent servers now, yes. Yeah, anything less than positive comments means you're burnt out. You should walk away if you're frustrated. I did walk away. I owed my community one stream. I did walk away. And then you want to take fucking shots at me. Go ahead. I've been insulted by a much better class of people than Steven Sharif. Wants to take a shot at me that I burned out? See, I'm not mad that he thinks I burned out. If anybody thinks I'm mad, that's not what I'm pissed off about. And by the way, if anybody ever thought before they'd ever seen me pissed off, this is pissed off. Quiet is pissed off. When I'm raging at somebody, it's an act. It's the Jalon character. When I'm silently at home filing Freedom of Information Act paperwork so that I can look at every single thing, every single dollar you've gotten from the government, that's pissed off. That when I'm tracking when I'm tracking the connection between this guy in Florida, the Yaya Legacy Trust, Genesee Global, Ryan Ogden, that's pissed off. When I'm playing Follow the Money, that's pissed off. Because in life, as my father taught me, and unfortunately for Steven, the lessons my father taught me are the ones that I follow. You have two choices in life. You can be pissed off or you can be pissed on. I sure as fuck am not going to get pissed on by Steven. At any point that I make the fucking media too uncomfortable for him, he can apologize. All he has to say is, Jay's an asshole. Jay is sardonic, he's callous, he's crass, he's condescending, he's vulgar. I'll be like, thank you. I shouldn't have lumped Jay in with those other three creators. Jay has never masqueraded the truth. That's all I need. Because if I'm going to get accused of masquerading the truth, then we're going to go looking for the truth. And I don't give a shit if it hurts the project. Because you can't sue me for slander, you can't sue me for libel, you can't sue me for defamation of character if I'm just bringing up things you've said and then public records. And if you want to sue me, go right the fuck ahead. I would love to have discovery. Or you could fucking apologize. I'm realistic about Ashes. I'm pissed off that he said I masqueraded the truth. I will freely admit I am pissed off about that. I am pissed off about that. Because I'm not the one who lied and took people's money. Okay, I'm not, that's not me. I'm not the guy who missed my deliverable. See, what really torques me, what really fucking torques my gears, I only came back to stream the game the one time because of a commitment I had made to my community 7 years ago. I meet my commitments. I said I would cover the game at every development milestone, which means if they decide to do an Alpha 2 Phase 4, I'll have to cover it then. If they do an Alpha 2, Phase 3 restart, I'll have to cover it then. If they're just gonna go along and bullshit, then the people that are still eating at the buffet like eating ass fucking sandwich. And that's fine. If that's what the community wants, that's fine. I owed my community a response. I owed my community a review. That's it. We want to turn it into something it's not? Okay. Let's turn it into something it's not then. I'm fucking bored anyway. I fucking fucked off, man. I had gone to politics. I'm kind of using my political science degree. But if we're gonna play this fucking game, then I'll play this fucking game. So, one second, I gotta clean up one thing. What I'm more excited about, in all reality, is I'm more excited about Chrono Odyssey or ArcAge Chronicles, which, and this is where I wish that Intrepid Studios either, hey, Rail, you didn't pick up all your toys. I wish Intrepid Studios would recognize the big piece for them is every one of the systems that they've designed as a game coming out in the very near future, that the cornerstone of that game is one of their features. Ashes of Creation was really, really, really an interesting game based on the node system, what they now call the settlement system. The issue is, I don't see a game coming out in the near future that's trying to do nodes. If you think about it, New World tried. If we're being really, really fair to New World and Ashes, we gotta be fair to both of them. New World was a terrible execution of a node system. If we're taking the Ashes settlement system, because they now call it settlement, which I wouldn't have changed the name, but they're gonna do what they're gonna do. The settlement system in New World was a really bad system. It was a really, really bad system because it was 50 versus 50. If I remember correctly, the wars over the towns were 50 versus 50, and there weren't enough. No, I am Make America Great Again before Trump wanted to make America great again. I like the idea of Make America Great Again, but I'm not a part of either political party right now. I don't like either political party. I think they both suck. With that said, honestly, I think Ashes of Creation has a lot of great ideas. And what hurts my soul to say is Ashes of Creation is going to be a great game. Delivered by whatever company buys Ashes of Creation when Steven is broke and has to sell it. Aeon 2's release date. Aeon 2 might be a competitor, but here's why Aeon 2 probably won't be a competitor for Ashes of Creation. because Aeon 2 will launch, run, and sunset before Ashes ever has a chance to live. Because think about the lifespan of recent games. Yeah, Aeon 2 will launch, and then Aeon 2 will die long before Intrepid Studios ever, unless Intrepid, and I've heard rumors, and they're only rumors, they're only rumblings, but I've heard rumblings that they do plan to launch within the next year. I'm sorry, that after next year. That they plan on launching after next year. So they plan on doing they plan on doing a full development year in 2026, and then they'll have to launch in 27. And if that's true, Intrepid is cooked. It's not that I doubt the people. That good people work there. Good people work at Intrepid. I think it's really hard for a game designer to work in an environment where they have absolutely no idea what direction they're going. And how do you, like, I've said this for years, the marketing team, it feels like the marketing team drives the development because they have to have something to show every month. You don't build shit to show. You show what you have. If you don't have anything this month, what you show is nothing. No, they don't have Summoner yet. But Summoner is supposedly coming in November in their big update. Which is okay, I guess. Like, I'm not trying to be a jerk. I already played the clip today that they're not going to release dates unless they're reasonably sure they can hit them. How can they be even reasonably sure that they're going to hit a November date when honestly they have been pushing big patches on the economy and the node system? And I'm not trying to be mean here. How can you possibly know that you will have a November update if you don't know what's wrong with your Settlement XP system? Do you think Ashes of Creation is being too ambitious? Absolutely. They're being too ambitious for a studio that had to write everything scratch from hand and that didn't have nothing. They had nothing pre-built. They didn't have server architecture. They didn't have authentication handoff. And they had to build everything. Now, what I will say is I will give Intrepid Studios a really, really big kudo. I will give them an amazing kudo. Actually, to be legitimate, I was in the middle of making the video that went out yesterday, and when I checked, I had to actually scrub a part of the video because they'd actually finally delivered on something. What I will say is, they finally got the account inventory to work. Now, what I will say is, there is some concern here on my behalf with all those items that are just grayed out. Because each one of those items that is grayed out is an item. So for example, the first object right here is the Spectral Eye. Now that item was sold in 2017. So you're telling me an item from all the way back in 2017 isn't done yet. And so just for me, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I have 13 items that aren't done. When I come down to costume cosmetics, again, that is an awful lot of items that aren't done. It's troubling to me that you have this much backlogged work. Yeah, they showed those things off on the monthly stream. And this is where the problem comes in. And again, my background is marketing. My background is marketing. A good marketing person never wants it talked about until it's ready. If it's not ready, don't talk about it. There's no point. If it's not ready, it's not ready. If it's not ready, it doesn't exist. You never, as a marketing person, you never want to show off what's not ready. And as I said, if Intrepid would have just, and remember, I did say this, so if they ever say, well, we didn't know, all they had to do was either go dark for 3 months and just build shit, or change the nature. How many people are on the development team? 250 plus 100 contractors is the number I believe to be most accurate. All they had to do, right, was go dark for 3 months, or if they couldn't bear the thought of going dark for 3 months, then simply do 1 month of nothing but Q&A. Just do 1 month of nothing but answer questions. And then, no, CIG has 1,500 people. Let me back up a second. When did CIG drop below 1,500 people? Because they had 1,500 people at one point. You know what concerns me? I was checking that morning. Not one single mile marker item from Kickstarter or Summerbacker is in the inventory. Yeah. And again, all they had to do was go dark for 3. I feel like they can't ever afford to go dark. No, they absolutely could. Here, ready? Because I don't like to talk in bullshit. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna jump up, and then I will remap out their future plan of how they should handle their what they do. Give me 1 second. Okay, now, bear with me here. This is actual no shit, legitimate feedback. If they called me up and put me on a contract for CPI, this is the exact shit that I would say to them. First of all, Alpha 2, Phase 3. What's the cost in dollars? What's the value in data and exposure? Okay? So that's the first thing, the very first question you have to ask yourselves. Alpha 2 Phase 3, what is your cost? What is your value? Remember, every day they have the servers up, they incur a cost. Are they getting any useful data? So if the cost is X and the valuable data is 0, then the answer to that is turn that shit off. You have your team is chewing up same day, next day shoestring fixes that you're constantly rolling back. The way it should be working is you have the studio and they develop and then they QA, and then because they have a PTR right now, which makes no sense to me, then it should go to the PTR, which is under NDA, and then you do your agile loop. So it goes back to the developers, back to QA, back to this server, and if it's ready, then it moves to the Alpha 2 Phase 3 server. Well, if the Alpha 2 Phase 3 server isn't giving you relevant data right now because you're constantly having to do fly-by-night fixes, well, that number one, if you're doing a fly-by-night fix, it means this piece right here isn't happening. And if you're not in-house developing, then in-house QAing it, and then PTR testing it, and then putting it on to Alpha 2 Phase 3, then what the fuck is the point of you having a build? Why are you running 3 builds then? Because you should have your in-house build, you should have your PTR build, and you should have your Alpha 2 Phase 3 build, your live build. The moment that you have a live product, you have your development team, and then you have to take a cut out of this development team for ops and sustainment. Now, maybe you cut people and their entire job position changes. Or maybe a person has above the line, below the line priorities. I'm in the middle of working on something, but there's an ops and sustainment issue. So I look at this screen until I fix that. And then I look back at this and I say, what the fuck was I working on? It's better to cut the person completely and have them change workflows. Now, this is not being a dick. This is me saying, right now, if I was Intrepid, it is 13 September, and I would take this shit offline. And I would take this shit offline, and I would have the creative director do an address, and I would have the creative director talk about the movement does not equal progress. And you simply have him talk about how people are disappointed, but we're using up an awful lot of manpower trying to keep the Alpha 2 Phase 3 server on. And clearly, the universal feedback to us, the plurality of the opinion is that it wasn't ready. If you admit that the people giving you feedback are correct, they are going to way more be willing to accept the fact that you're taking it down. 13 September to 13 October to 13 November to 13 December. This should be a dark period. But Intrepid is afraid of losing their presence in the social media, blah, blah, blah. Fine, great, no problem. Number one, September's live stream. October's live stream. Covered. Do your Extra Life campaign. Boom. Money. You got it. November. December. Are you ready to relaunch in December? Well, you got to know that answer in November. What don't you have? What is it you don't have? You don't have a lead economy designer. Can we just all be for real right now? Anybody that you could get to take the lead economy designer job at Intrepid is going to quit the absolute fucking moment you try to micromanage them, because they're going to walk in and they're going to see the economy you designed and they're going to say, fuck this, scrap it, And then you're going to argue with them, and they're going to say, you hired me because of my expertise in designing economies, but you're going to argue with me when I tell you to scrap it. But your expertise led you to design the fucking bullshit that you have. That's not being mean. That's not me being mean to them. That's me saying the person that you need to bring in to fix your problem isn't the person that's going to allow themselves to be micromanaged. They're going to say, fuck this. You don't know enough to tell me how to do my job, and I know that looking at the economy you designed. Do I think 3 months would be enough? Yes. You know why I think 3 months would be enough? Because if I know anything about the bullshit that's going on, it's that they're spending half of their fucking time they spend half of their fucking time building shit to show off. And this is one thing I know Steven is never going to talk to me in an official capacity again because the videos I'm making are pissing him off. But I was given this by another creator, and I have to trust that the creator is being legitimate when they say they pulled that out of the build. I'm being told that this was data mined because I'm not smart enough to data mine. I have no problem saying when I'm an idiot. I am not smart enough to know how to... Shit, man. I have to fucking ask Delaron at least 5 computer questions a year. And he laughs. He's been my friend for over 20 years. I've known him since he was a teenager. I have to ask him the most... I'm not fucking smart enough to know how to data mine. Shit. People are going to say, oh, well, like if Intrepid was like, oh, ban him, he's data mining. Did you see Ashes 101? I just learned how to fucking use JSON files this year. The fuck I know about opening a fucking Unreal Engine 4 fucking... all I know is that legally by US law, if I double click on it and it opens, I'm allowed to read it. And by US law, if I have to use any other program to open it, it's covered under intellectual property rights. Which I don't fuck with intellectual property rights because my record studio is an intellectual property thing. So I'm not going to shit on somebody else's intellectual property rights. So if I can click on it and it opens, I read it. If I click on it and it's gobbledygook on the screen, I leave it alone. I can only trust when I get given this by another creator that this was literally data mined from the build. Now, if it wasn't, shame on that creator. And if it wasn't, then Intrepid should turn around and say, that is absolutely false, didn't exist. But if it does exist, that means you have development people running around wasting development time to build a fake personal arc. That is not how good marketing is done. Good marketing is done like this. What do you have? Nothing. I'm going to lunch. What do you have? Something. We're working on a presentation. If you don't have anything, because do you realize how thirsty the Ashes of Creation community is? And I said this before I left 2 years ago, because I don't want to fucking be talking about this shit game. Hold on, I'm placing my food order. I said this years ago before I walked away from the game. This is my advice. How do you do it? Go dark. Well, what if we go dark? Well, November takes care of the November live stream can be your... Actually, you could do October or November and get away with it. Somebody tell me if you watched the Vertec Chibi Bree, I should just call her Bree now, right? Interview. Did I hear Steven talk about that the tariffs are interfering with their merchandise? Like, Who the fuck are you bullshitting at this point? The tariffs are interfering with your ability to do merchandise? Hold on a second. I was under the impression that, yeah, the fucking tariffs that only started 6 months ago. See, my problem is when everybody allows you to be full of shit because they lap it up, then you can get away with saying anything. What do you mean? What do you mean the tariffs are you showed off fucking merchandise years ago. Guess that hat behind you is employee uniform then and not merch? Oh, which one? Hold on. Which one? This one? Or the one down here that's autographed? No, merch was coming. They literally had it. Hold on, do I have it? Is it in here? I'll tell you if I have it. I don't know where the fuck in the house it is. It's got to be in the other closet. My Ashes of Creation hoodie is one of my favorite hoodies. But here's what fucking drives me up the wall. Okay? This drives me up the fucking wall. The tariffs are responsible for why the merch is now delayed. Yeah, I had a lovely meeting yesterday with our merch team and what they are cooking up for this fall winter. June 5th, 2021. 21 to 22, 22 to 23, 23 to 24. So all of a sudden, the merch is impacted. The merch is impacted because of the tariffs. Well, what the fuck happened to the other three? It's like, dude, just stop. It kind of does look like Dobby. I said that I wouldn't have signed off on the bottom right. Because Warner Brothers is going to show up on your fucking doorstep. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. But the other three were fucking easy peasy. You could have, what do you mean? The tariffs. Yeah, you thought it was Dobby. Lots of people. No, the other three are solid. The other three are golden because they match the art. The other three are good. Well, hold on. Let me show you one that might have been iffy. I mean, you gotta be careful because it's not about if it is or it isn't. It's about the level of the lawsuit. I think the Corvid Castigator is solid enough that you wouldn't, but the bottom right at first glance, I think looks a little bit too much like Dobby. Now, if they had changed the color, well, my point is, and the point isn't to get bogged down in the minutia. The point is to say, if everybody allows Intrepid to just be full of shit, then I'm not saying they engage in a pyramid scheme, but I'm saying they're running out of content creators in a pyramid because they have more disgruntled content creators. I mean, yeah, content creators are a dime a dozen. We pop up, we burn out, according to Steven. When we get frustrated, we make up shit and we masquerade it as the truth. But how do you turn around and say shit to me like I'm masquerading the truth? And you said this shit was coming in the fall of 21. And then when asked on Breeze and Vertex interview, you said the tariffs had anything to do with it. What do you want to know about Steven? If you want to know everything you need to know about Steven, know that he made his money selling Zango juice. He was gone from Zango before they got investigated and fined by the Federal Trade Commission. He was big into his career and experience. Oh, well, he made his money. He was making about $350,000 a month selling Zango juice. In 1 year, him and his mom, I think it's his mom, were the number 4 salespeople in MLMs in the world. Voted number 4, not empirically gathered, but voted number 4 MLMs in the world. If I remember correctly, how the fuck do I not have it? Oh, I do. And in 2009, when he was still in the Zango deal, he was making about $350,000 a month in Zango. So in 2009, he was making $350 a month. And then within 3 years, they moved up to number 4. So I can only imagine that they were making about $400,000 a month in Zango juice. And if you take 4 years, $350 a month, and then he got into real estate. But at the end of the day, as much as I don't like being lied about, I'm not going to say that I have never found a single thing about him other than the fact that he doesn't necessarily endorse paying his taxes the way other people do. He would rather fight the tax bill and pay it later. I prepay my taxes. If I do the math and it says I owe whatever, $300, $3,000, $30,000, he doesn't have any tenure in the gaming industry. None. Zero. He doesn't have a degree in computer programming. No, zero. Before Ashes of Creation, Steven Sharif had never worked in the video game industry at all. He went from a nobody to a creative director and CEO because he owns the company. When Jeffrey Bard applied at Intrepid Studios, he applied as a quest writer, and he became the lead game designer. Take that for whatever you will. I'm talking about my business, Frost. I have to pay quarterly taxes. I don't have my thing up, but I'm going to put this up so people don't think I'm just answering this. I normally have this little app. If you became the lead of Ashes, what would your plan be from here until release? Well, first of all, I would review the game design document. That's the very first thing I would do. Second of all, I would fire the entire community management and marketing team because they're dead weight and we don't need them. Honestly, if you're not going to bother policing your Discord and policing your Reddit, and you're going to behave in a manner that doesn't, allow for a dissenting opinion, get rid of all of them. What do you need them for? I would stop doing live streams every month. I would move the live streams to quarterly. I would have Steven do Well, if I became the lead, Steven wouldn't be involved at all. He would be writing the checks, but he wouldn't have any part of the process anymore. 1 month would be Q&A. 1 month would be what we're working on, what we're doing. And 1 month would be, here's a show of what we have. We would no longer produce bullshit vertical slices for the sake of showing them off. We would build. We would just build. I would go through the entire design and I would say, these are the new ideas. Because remember, at first there were going to be 103 nodes on a 480 square kilometer world. Then there were going to be 103 nodes on a 1200 square kilometer world. Then at first there was going to be no PvP zones, PvE zones. And then now there are. I would go through and I would have a very much so straight down the line. This is up, this is undecided, this is gone. This is what the new game scope is. This is what this is. This is what this is. I would have a come to Jesus session. This is what the new scope of the game is. If we're suddenly going to start having level capped zones, we would talk about that. Yeah, you earn 15% of your referrals from purchases in games. Now you understand why I want Ashes to be successful. I want Ashes to be successful because they owe me money. I want them to launch. I want them to launch and make money so they can pay me. When people say you just want to see Ashes fail, no, I do not. I do not want to see Ashes fail. I want to see Ashes succeed. I want to see Ashes succeed so they can write me a big fat check. Level cap zones is a good thing, isn't it? No. Not when your entire game was designed around the concept that the content was populated based on the level of the nodes. And again, I was just told this. I don't know if this is true. I don't know if this is accurate. I was told that there's now level caps. Well, if there's level caps for zones now, it means that you've been unable to design what you've been saying was going to be the whole design of the game. I will not have a guild in Ashes. A couple of weeks ago made the decision I will never lead a guild again. Between my declining health, where like just yesterday I got my blood work back and I feel good, but one of my levels is more than double the safe level, which means I have to come off a med again. Which sucks because I'm feeling good. I'm finally feeling good. But now we have to fucking deal with re-leveling my meds again. Well, that's fine. I'll be an officer maybe, or I'll just be like a good follower. Because remember, let's say Ashes of Creation had a no bullshit launch window. A no bullshit launch window of 5 years from now. First of all, I don't think Steven can finance another 5 years. I will say this. This is an actually, so that there's no, let me put it on the screen. This is an op-ed opinion. I don't believe there are 250 people working at Intrepid Studios. I don't believe that. I also don't believe there's 250 people who are actually important to working on the game. Because you got like 7 people in the fucking community management marketing department. You have a fucking chef. There was a guy, his fucking title at Intrepid Studios was head chef. That was one of the things, that wasn't like the burger that caused me to walk away. That was the what the fuck. I don't remember who the head chef was. It's not something that I retained in my records. Let me see. I know a lot of people in Intrepid put their profiles on private. Yeah, he must have his account on private now. But they do have a gaming partnerships expert. They've had a content creator manager on their staff for a year and a month. Can I just ask why the fuck you need a content creation manager for a year and a month? Literally, you have a fucking... You don't even have a... Well, technically you do have a content creator program, but I can't go in... all I can tell you is that they've had a content creator program up and running since 21. That's all I can say. And again, I know some people try to be conspiracy theorists. Just because there's only 207 people on LinkedIn that link themselves with Intrepid, that doesn't mean they only have 207 people working there. Because not everybody has a LinkedIn. Not everybody wants to be attached. What are your thoughts about them stating they will officially market the test in November? That's a great question. I think they're fucking dumb. I think that when you have a product that doesn't work, the last thing you want is more eyes on it. When you say you're going to officially market the test in November, you don't market tests. You market products. That's it. You market products. I think by the fact that they're trying to market the test, it lets me know that they need more money. And if they need more money, that's fine. But if you claim you have 250 developers, and it feels like in November they will start the official CC, they will drop the A2 price, and they will get all these CCs to shill for it. Yep. Except you can't say shill for it. They will create the official content creator program, and then the people in the official content creator program will either get compensated or they will get codes for exclusives, which is a good idea. They will get giveaway codes for Alpha 2, which is a great idea. The problem is if you don't have this date, and this date isn't solid, then the amount of marketing you should do, according to what Intrepid calls marketing, is 0. For what I call marketing, you should be doing about 50% marketing. Marketing is every bit of contact you have with the public. Every bit of contact. They're going to end up... Let's just play this through. Maybe they have a build done in-house that includes the summoner and has the new economy in it. I doubt it, considering they haven't hired the economy manager. But it's a possibility. I believe that a game called Where Winds Meet is coming out in November. And I think that people are going to look at... People are going to look at Intrepid. People are going to look at Ashes of Creation. They're going to look at a game that's launching. And then Intrepid is going to have to be compared to that. Right now, Intrepid needs data. They need iterations. They need passes. They do not need more eyes on the program. The fact that they're starting to move towards more eyes on the program makes it more likely rather than less likely they have money problems. I don't know why they make bad money decisions. You also have to realize the more you promote something, the more you say it's ready. I don't think it's ready. I don't know enough about it anymore, but I do know I don't know what level 25 looks like, because I'll never get there. I don't give a shit. Everything I do with Ashes from this point on is bringing up the shit I think is important to talk about until Steven decides to talk to me about apologizing for putting me in. And if he never wants to apologize, great, man. I fucking make... The nice thing is, I don't need to make Ashes content every single week. What did I say that pissed Steven off? I didn't say anything that pissed him off. He just lumped my name in with 4 other creators, and that pissed me off. I made a piece of content. Uh-oh. Okay, we're good. Yeah, Aeon 2 is releasing in November. So you're gonna do your test. You're gonna do your big marketing push test at the same time as 2 games are releasing. Steven doesn't like me because I tell the truth. Steven doesn't like me because I bring receipts. And that's too fucking bad. If you don't like the truth, my only question is, why don't you like the truth? What about the truth makes you nervous? Yeah, I spewed toxic vitriol. What was it Intrepid said about me that I thought was fucking hilarious? What their marketing department sent to me in an unsigned letter, because they're chicken shits, because you sign your name. We want to point out the distinction between providing constructive and critical feedback, which at times can be difficult to hear, and toxic vitriol, which is aimed at causing emotional duress and can sometimes even lead listeners to physical harm against the target of this abusive discourse. So what you guys are saying is I made you cry. I hurt someone's feelings. In fact, did they do this recently? No, I left them Here's the story. I told my community I would cover Alpha 2 Phase 3 one time on one stream 2 weeks ago. I said I would cover it because I owed my community that. While I was streaming, I got given a piece of information that my journalistic integrity told me I had to cover because it talked about Intrepid potentially hard resetting all development after Alpha 1. So I made that video. And then what happened was Steven put my name in his fucking mouth. And I was like, what the fuck is your problem? And so now, since he decided to put my name in his fucking mouth, we're going to talk about it. And we're going to keep fucking talking about it until Steven decides that he wants to retract this statement. Now, he can turn around and call me a bunch of fucking names. He can, and I even said this in the written version of my article. I don't give a shit. If you come along and the best you have to throw at me, if you want to turn around and say that I'm vulgar, I'm crass, I'm profane, I'm toxic, the toxic one, if you say toxic, I'll probably roll with that because I admit I can be toxic. But when you say I'm spewing toxic vitriol with the intention of causing emotional duress, then you're a fucking crybaby. When the fuck have I ever called for physical harm against the target of what I don't like? Never. I have never. Yeah. Mass car raid. The problem is, Steven is probably used to being treated a certain way and nobody standing up to him. I don't give a fuck about you. Oh, you're jealous of his money. No, I don't give a shit about his money. I was fucking happy. I was fucking content. I was like, whatever, man, I'm gonna cover this game once. I wish them the best of luck. Shit. Now we're at a point where we're gonna talk about who masquerades the truth? Okay. Why do you have a CFO that worked for a company that's been... First of all, how do you have a CFO that works for you and works for another company? Because if you're a company of 250 people and 100 contractors, that's a lot of CFO responsibility. That chief financial officer, there is a lot of responsibility to do with a company with 250 employees. Because we had a CFO that worked full-time with 55 employees. And we had to get that person an assistant. Because we used about 100 contractors as well. And by the time you get done balancing this, that, terms, negotiations, every new hire, every new contractor, the CFO's fucking busy, man. You have a CFO that works for you and works for a $1 billion company. That $1 billion company being an MLM company. Somebody else told me that a company owns a 5 to 10% stake in Intrepid Studios. Well, between your small business association loan and somebody owning a 5 to 10% stake, and there's 2 other people that might own stakes in Intrepid, I thought the whole point of Intrepid was that Steven could build what he wanted without investors. I want to go back under my fucking once human category and fucking stay there. But you're not going to turn around and say that because I was losing hope or patience, I was masquerading that as truth-telling. As Pirate Software once said, if that's what Steven thinks, he can eat my whole ass. Because eventually what's going to happen is, I'm going to touch a nerve. I'm going to hit a nerve. And then eventually what's going to happen is I'm going to take all of these things. Each week I put out a little bit of it. And then I'm going to just roll it all the fuck up and I'm going to write it all up. I'm going to send it to MMORPG.com. I'm going to send it to Massively. I'm going to send it to MMO Hut, MMO Bob, PC Gamer. I'm just going to be like, here you go, guys. You don't even have to keep my fucking name on it. Here is a release of copyright. Fucking take it, fucking put your name on it, run with it. And then Intrepid's going to be like, oh shit. All you got to do is I don't even want an answer to my questions. That's the funny part. I don't give a fuck about the answers to the questions. What I want is for some of you to take those questions to your favorite content creator, and then your favorite content creator starts asking the questions. I just want this guy to fucking apologize for putting my name in this. If he wants to call me an asshole, fucking call me an asshole. But to say that I masqueraded anything as the truth, motherfucker, I'm not the one who lies about shit. I'm not the one who fucking lies about my studio size. I'm not the one who fucking said I had 115 people working on Ashes of Creation, and it turned out that 65 of them, I think, were the art team in Malaysia that you didn't pay, and they had to sue you And then you were claiming that 28 engineers were employees of Stormancer. That's disingenuous as fuck, man. And I called you out on it years ago. And now you have a magic 250 employees, but now you're being sued by your insurance carrier. And there's a part of me that if I had the disposable income, because PGN doesn't have a lot of disposable income, I would buy all the fucking court records. Because they're publicly available. Can you play in the game, please? No, fuck off. No. Here, ready? You'll never have to stumble in here again. There you go. You're done. See, I don't have to deal with shit like that. Do I come into your fucking house and tell you what to do? No, the fuck I don't. Anyway, I'm gonna get out of here. Like I said, if I get the disposable income, I will order all the fucking court case records from the Aetna lawsuit. But right now I don't have disposable income because I've got to get enough money into the account to pay for everything. Plus, I don't want to become all consumed by ashes. I know what video I'm making next week. I know which one I'm doing the week after that. If hopefully Steven comes to his senses and comes along and apologizes, and then I won't have to make any more Ashes content because I don't really want to. But you guys deserve answers. So what's really going to have to happen here is when I stop making Ashes content again, someone else is going to have to pick up the mantle. Remember, you're all Jalan, because if that's the fucking meme they want to put on the official Discord, you're all Negan. You're all Jalan. Challenge that motherfucker on every single thing he says. Prove it. You've been caught too many times with bullshit. How many employees you have? What suites exactly do you have leased in that building? Where do you have 250 people tucked away? I thought we were getting a studio tour, but it was because the streaming room wasn't set up. Oh wait, no, it was because the plants weren't grown. Oh wait, it was because the artwork wasn't on the wall. Which one is it? In 3 fucking years? Because remember, the studio tour was when I was still covering this game 3 days a week. I was banned from the Discord with no reason stated when I called him out for only doing stuff when his bottom line complained. Yeah. So, all I have to say is that you either love Ashes of Creation and you're going to sit in the high chair and you're going to eat whatever daddy serves you, or you're going to start questioning some stuff and saying, hey, wait a minute, that doesn't make sense. Hey, wait a minute, why did you push Alpha 2 Phase 3 when you knew the economy didn't work? Yeah, where's that motion capture room? What happened to the motion capture room, Margaret? Remember that mocap room? Margaret doesn't even live in fucking California anymore. Anyway, I'm out of here. I'm gonna eat some fucking food. I'll see you guys Monday for politics.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gale, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are